some point. The issue that I had with communication. You'll hear me talk emphasis words because it's very important that you really hear me. So sit down and enjoy. Get into your spirit mindset and get into this ability to, what do you want to call it? I don't know if you can see my bird there. This particular mindset requires that there is an overhaul of knowing the difference between ego mindset and spirit mindset. And there's been a lot of energy that's been going on today in the last 3 days or so, depending on which time zone that you're in all over the planet. We're going to wait just a few minutes to make sure that we get some people in. So it's very important that you sit down with the intention of being your fixed state. So if you could do this, what is a fixed state? A fixed state is where you're choosing in this timeline to be this age, not be your filters or your programs or your littles or your shadows. We want you to become, we want you to become aware more and more that the new energy on this planet is becoming stronger to the point that it is bringing in what you refer to as the new God line. And that is more of a higher consciousness to communicating with Source, with God, with Spirit, whatever you choose to call it. Understand it's a state of love. Now, if that state of love is important to you, then you'll start to understand that there could be, you want it? Fine. Heart-brain coherence issues. And this is so my weekend was extremely interesting and very enlightening, and answers that I have been looking for things that have been on the shelf for years has come together. So it's super exciting when everything starts to make sense from a heart-brain space. Then when your heart and your brain are not in sync, it is the filters. Now this answers the question, what happens and why do people fight? Why is there so many people that are out of sync? And a lot of it has to do with, are you in your body? Okay, that's like the first part. That means spiritually, are you in your body at 100%? And if you are, great. If you are not who your personality that you're choosing in this particular moment at this age, then you are going to be just a program. So we have to help people learn how to become their 5%. So that means you become more mindful. And there's so much that I have not been able to decompress, or I haven't been able to just lay it out so that Spirit can show me deeper. So Spirit wants you to kind of see, like, how do I do these things? Yes, Charlie's here with me. But see if you can get the epiphanies. So that means we got to get you into your state. So you're choosing. I'm going to choose my name. I'm going to choose the age that I am. And I'm going to use my hand 3 times. Forehead all the way to the back. Lift off. And I'm just going to keep saying my name and my age over and over. So I am directing with intention of who I am, where I am. Okay? Now, I want to make sure, because there's a lot of things that could be possibly happen to you if you have, if you have depression, if you have, it's funny, isn't it? Mommy got scared. He does that. If Mommy gets scared, he giggles at me. It's a great reminder for my nervous system to not take it so seriously. And that's one of the things we're going to be talking about today. So there's going to be, if you follow along with me, you'll see that there's rhyme and rhythm to this. And then sometimes it'll sound like I've gone off the rail, or I've gone into a tangent, or I've gone somewhere else. But eventually it'll all come back around to make sense. So begin to put on your spiritual ears and your spiritual eyes and your spiritual heart. Get into that frontal lobe mindset of being love. And spirituality has nothing to do with religion. It has to do with connecting to that space of love and who you originally are, that love. Okay? I'm looking for, that's it. So intention, focus, and I'm getting on Facebook so I can see the people that are in my room. And we have TikTok and we have YouTube. So welcome all of you to today's show. This is Medicine Woman Solution. That's Soultion, where your soul has a solution. Now, are you paying attention well enough so that you could understand how to listen with your soul? Well, what is my job here is to help you get into that ability of. So, what's happening is that I'm not on, I don't see me. Okay, so I should have projected it. It says that it's live, but it's not live. Okay, I got to connect with all of my particular moderators. Is anybody you are on? Wow, it does not show me that I'm on. How bizarre is that? Okay, so that's another thing. When you look at things that are out of sync, and I going to my page, I don't exist. How beautiful. Okay. At least I've got the Facebook thing working. So I don't want to lose this content, and so that means I'm going to start hitting record from my
recording in progress.
Okay, I've got verifications that I'm on, but it's just not working. Alrighty. I know, it's so funny, Charlie.
What's that?
What's that? That Ah! See? He likes it. He likes to scare his mother. Hello, Cocky. Don't swear at me. You're gonna be, you know. Hello, Cocky. Are you on? Do you know that people are? Get all these people. Well, you see 4 mommies, but all these people. So, anyways, I think he knew that he got attention last week, and so he's like making sure that, how do you get when the language is not there? And when the bird wanted something, the person wants something, how do you get this? How do you do it? And, well, for him, he consistently was going, ah, ah, ah. So he's trying to figure out how to get down. Because I put a piece of snack on the chair with water. And we'll see how you... Ah! That's what he does. This is not the Charlie Show. It's not the Charlie Show. Okay, so I'm going to try it one more time to see if I can get into why I can't see my own show. And thank God everybody's telling me that I'm live. I've absolutely got nothing. Okay. I know, Mr. Charlie, I know. Mom has to figure out a new way to see the show. Anyway, today is a huge day. Now that we've got enough moments have passed, people can begin to understand. So begin to listen. So just remember, let's get on our fixed states. If you haven't done so, say your name and your age 3 times, lift off, and do that 3 times. And if you feel a little bit of discombobulation, I think I found what is going. The problem is that there is no internet connection, which is odd. Yeah, very odd. So sometimes this is a live example of why we need to get in our fixed state. The next thing is putting our spirit back into our body. Yes, your spirit can be there. You could be just missing your body. You could be out of sorts, not connected quite. But you want to make sure that the physical form gets a deeper connection so the cells can light up. Okay, so in this case, I'm going to put my spirit into my body 100% where it belongs. Lift off, and I'm going to do that 3 up to 10 times. Now, some of you may feel that you... Okay, now I understand more of why mine was sort of out. All right. This is going to be an interesting, so I'm going to pay attention here. Okay, so as I'm really diving into connecting, I'm going to explain the energy update so you guys can understand. Have you had an interesting weekend? Is there a weekend from hell? Is there too much stress? Is there too much ego? Is there too much depression? Too much ADHD? Too much of this? Too much of that? Too much? Too much? Whew, like I said, this was an incredible weekend considering the fact is all the stuff that I've been putting on the shelf, collecting for years, which didn't make sense but stood out like a gem pop that one day it's all going to make sense. And because I've asked in declaration, why is it we don't heal? How can we heal? What's more to the story? And because I'm choosing to be looking at the nature of reality, which is metaphysics, I had all of these questions out there. And they were not supposed to be answered until this very specific moment in such a greater detail. So I understood them at one level of consciousness. And as I learned and grown, I get, what do you call it, graduated or promoted. And then all of a sudden, you will get the next thing. I've learned in threes. So I'll start learning something, write it all down, work it all out, paraphrase it, and then I'll have to experience it without realizing I'm experiencing it. Then I will sit down again, study it one more time, and then all of a sudden I'll realize that I experienced it, and then I forget about it, and then all of a sudden I go out and I experience it, and then the third time it's like, whoa. Those levels of perspectives, looking at the wisdom deeper and deeper and deeper, is such an amazing thing. We all do it. I mean, have you ever picked up a book and you read it and you're like, oh my God, that has so changed me. Put it down several years later, you pick it up again and you read it and you're like, oh my God, I don't remember seeing that there. Whoa. And then you do it again. And it's like, wow. Now, if you pick up the book and you're like, wow, and you pick up the book the next week and you don't get a wow, it's because you need to go get experience. Because this stuff works and people will use it and they'll say, oh yeah, and then they'll forget the experience and they don't change it to a lifestyle. When you begin to wake up and see how you operate, you can change different aspects of yourself. And the question then remains, can you change your lifestyle? Now, I didn't really know how to change my lifestyle, and around 30, that's when the Saturn return come in, that I was supposed to change my lifestyle. This is when I became a fresh young mom, and then I had the explosion of spirituality on the deeper levels that didn't have anything to do with religion, but it all had to do with hands-on healing, had to do with energy, had to do with knowledge. I dove deeply in Chinese medicine, and then I learned, like through Donna Eden, that she put her twist and her belief and her paraphrasing and her voice and her truth to who she was. And then she was able to bring the information forward that other people that's been on the planet for at least 2,000 years or more, and all of a sudden, you get to see another perspective. So I stand on the shoulders of giants. If I can see farther, it's because I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. For those that have already done the work. Okay, you want to say hi, Charlie? Tell everybody hi. Raise your hand. Hi. No? Okay. As I stand on those shoulders so I can see further, I'm connecting with spirit at all times. I read, somebody said, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, I'm working with synchronicities, and all of a sudden I feel like spirits are around me, and I was getting all of these answers, and my friend then tells me that I was talking to evil. Now I've got so much fear in me. I feel like I'm a bad person, shame and guilt. First of all, that was their belief. When you operate with love, you'll know. It'll feel natural. It'll be such a deep knowing. Now, if you are looking and you're seeing an enemy, then you're understanding it through your ego. If you are in pain and suffering, then you have ego. That's going to mean that you're going to disconnect from your right brain, so you can't be whole. You're doing this. Your nerves are holding these patterns of youth. Okay, so I've got several things I need to tell you, so I'm going to tell you this one. So I follow this one person that I have completely learned to, they're on the same kind of frequency, seventh plane information bandwidth, and Spirit has let me see that we're traveling, not knowing each other, but we're traveling. And that we have a very much a dedicated role of being future shamans, or if that's what you want to call it, to hold information so that it'll help others to see. So when I'm experiencing it and seeing it from this level of perspective, and I'm understanding it in such a unique way, then Spirit will make her appear. And she talked about the 3 days plus a new timeline for God's source design, meaning as everything starts to unfold, play out, doing what it needs to do, how are you going to respond? These energies on the planets can influence you. The planets, the stars, all this can influence you. The solar flares can influence you. So what does all this mean? You're going to be looking through your filters. Unhealed shit, things that you have to revisit. And that is, here's the key part. Did you know that every part of your body regenerates but your neurons? That means your brain and your spinal cord. Now, in ego, that sounds, oh my God. That's definite. That's, oh my God. And fear will come in and you'll start living by fear. But there's not enough knowledge on the planet. Now, stem cells. And people are going, stem cells, you're getting it from live babies. Oh, go do your education to understand what stem cell actually means about the cell. Okay. Now, when you begin to have experiences, your nervous system, you'll either go into a stress mode. That means that your heart and your brain, okay, heart and brain, or the brain and your heart are out of sync with love. You're missing the mark. Okay. Your experiences from up to the age of 12, and there are some fresh ones, but this theme is emotions and content and how you learn to survive in a very interesting experience of the world. So you begin to think it. When the issue happens, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. And you will do your best, but you'll fire and wire and you'll put it into your nervous system. Now, what's unique about your nervous system is it connected from your head to your butt, meaning your spinal cord. And all those nerves go out into the body. You with me so far? So the nerves can regenerate. It's just is the neurons, which are everywhere, and the emotional chemical peptides that has a lot to do with this, has everything to do with, this is why when I put my hand here and I use my intention to focus on thoughts, on the content and the emotion, the blood comes back to my forebrain. So my forebrain is really involved in how I'm going to show up. Now, if the energy of my nerves, so what happens is I think, and then later on I will feel before I think. So the thought does not come first. It's the trigger from the environment, and my environment will set me off, and I will feel how I'm supposed to automatically respond because I memorized it. It's like walking. Thank you. I memorized this. So if I'm not aware of this, then I'll feel and then think of what I'm feeling, and then I'll think of what I'm feeling and feel and think and think and feel and think and feel, and then I got that circle of going again. But if there's nobody home, not trying to insult you, but if you're only left brain, which means you're into intellectualizing it, you will intellectualize it so much so that you'll really put it into the nervous system more and more. You will start firing certain parts of your brain to activate and not the other. So when I'm doing and helping people through success hope therapy, that's 6 S's. That's safety, security, stability, sanity, serenity, and space, which is your freedom. And when you use that, pulse points and all of this, I'm asking you to just feel, to look, to see, use your sensory system to communicate. So you're learning how to connect to your innate wisdom and listening to the sensory systems, the emotions. Okay, the main universal theme, the way that we speak. Now, no one can show up to you any other way than you let them based on your filters. Now, the heart, if there's no heart brain coherence, then your heart rhythm is going to be not in a beautiful rhythm of love. It's going to be chaotic, frustrating, and this is where heart disease, heart issues, and heart things, because your heart is saying, I went through this experience, this is how I know my life. The outside is when I took the information in, looked through my filters, and then I came in with an internal representation that this is what it is, then it creates your behavior. Now we live I want to say behind the filters. So the filters are there. So we've experienced, we've done it, we've gone to the filter. What does this look like? If your sensory system as being a program that's kicking off, which is exactly what's happened for these 3 days event, 16th, 17th, and the 18th. Okay. Now I'm in Australia. I'm on the 19th. A lot of you are on the 18th. And so you're going to be seeing through your filter based on all of these energies that are like the upgrade is coming and we're missing the download. What are we going to choose? What do we have? What's the last bit of homework that we need to figure out so we can stop life lessons from acting this particular way? You with me? So what will happen is that I got to get an example. When I was a little girl, I'm not trying to blame or shame anybody, is that when I was a little girl, there was a lot of loud tones, screaming, hollering, fighting. The energy of boys are different than girls. And so when the energy of my dad was around, his energy was very much chaotic. And because he had a very hard childhood. But the thing is that his energy would speak first. So as children, we hear these particular energies, okay? And our nervous system is holding because we think and we feel and we think and think and think and think and fight hardwire that the point is it's in our nervous system. And the energy going up and down our spine, this is why it's important to have a spinal flush, meaning you rub your thumbs up and down your spine to clean out what I see, it looks like little packets next to it. And it's like all these emotional chemical peptides get lodged in the spine. Now, the nerves coming off of the spine is what helps feed your organs and everything about you, your systems. Okay, you with me so far? So if I were to hear, my dad had an extremely deep male voice. If I were to hear a certain tone, pitch, or anger, I will usually feel it before I see it. And when I feel it, it'll come at me like a semi truck. It'll come at me with knives. The energy will be so painful. It's like when somebody would sing a certain note and the glass would shatter. Or when you see two vehicles all of a sudden smash at 10 miles per hour, little ding, nothing big, but then all of a sudden 100, everything's obliterated. Okay? Energy. So my nervous system is going to be reading the environment. And if that person's in the mood, then your filters are going to kick in. To the point that this is what social intelligence looks like. As we've been going through this 3-day event, there has been a disconnect. You will go into survival mode to some degree, and your depression may kick in, your brain will flip, you'll go and not be in sync, your heart and everything will not be in sync, and if you don't know the tools of how to get yourself back, it could be one hell of a time. So for instance, if, like I said, when I was younger, there was, boys would beat up each other, right? Well, that energy of screaming, hollering, smashing. My brain was like, why do boys do that? And my body would go into, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, oh my God, don't bring it to me. I remember having a memory of me going, oh, like this, as I hear the fighting coming down the stairs. And as it's kind of come around the corner, the anticipation. And then when it came into the room and they're rolling and fighting and hitting, and that energy where they're coming at you so quickly, you know you're going to get hit by it. So that's not my only memory. There are other things. But what I learned about Success Hope Therapy is that I can help you mentally, emotionally, and spiritually, and sometimes physically with that tool. So then Spirit brought to me source point energy. And it's already information that's been on the planet, so I'm going to put my twist on it, and I'm going to see it differently, and I'm standing on the shoulders of giants. And as I began to do this, I've noticed that if I look at the points in the body, there's basically 14. 12 is very much as the ones they use, but I use 2 extra. And I use these points, and I use them by using a magnet or using in rubbing, but it is a sequence. It's a dance of how you memorized your life in those programs. Or it is a memory of a rhythm, a pattern that will help switch your brain. I have seen people be in such a mental and emotional shit shows, and when you rub certain points, bam, you're like, whoa, I'm back. And a lot of you had a lot of instantaneous, wow, relief. Well, when you're in that left part of your brain, and when you're in just the ego falseness, and when you're disconnected from spirit, your heart and your brain are so out of rhythm that the interference pattern of destruction is usually what's present. So stress, uncomfortability, so you're no longer at ease. And you've had it been enough that you start to go and you memorize it. It has to be this. Ego thinks it's this, tries to give only one answer, your fault, pointing fingers, this and that. And you will see a lot of people will be more chaos, meaning more people will break up or weed themselves or get rid of, because there's a lot of accusation and a lot of it is not really true. As much as, oh, hi B, you scared the shit out of me. And that I hit my cord here, freaked myself out. See, my nervous system is still on a startle. And usually I don't do that to bees. With bees, I'm happy with bees. But the social intelligence is that you won't realize you're seeing through your filters, through your stress response, and you will immediately, autopilot wise, read the triggers, knee-jerk reaction, automatic response that could set off the other person that was not even in that mood state, all of a sudden go, oh my God, because if you're living in your fear, you're going to drop from love down, which is force instead of love power. You'll have ego force, and that will be shame and guilt and all of this. Now, you may not have wanted to induce the guilt or any of this because you're living in your fear state, and you are living in that you have to fight, flight, freeze, or fawn, and you're like, oh my God, you don't know how to respond because you're living out the thing you couldn't resolve, that Akashic record you have not learned to close. And your nervous system will just have you repeat. And if you're not paying attention and you're in your left brain and you're not connecting to your heart or your spirit or your fixed state, you will go, they did that to hurt me. I see what they're doing. They don't love me. They're discouraging me. They hate me. Oh my God. That's the program. What does that mean? It means that it's never too late to be what you might have been. Interesting. Okay. When you are not aware of the filters, the knee-jerk reactions, the programs, you will look and you will see only through your filters. And how you survived, how you participated, how are you going to make it through it? To the point where you're like, I can't do it. I have to leave this person. I can't do this. I can't do this. You'll start being into these negative states. You'll feel your mask. You'll feel all of your shadows. You'll feel all of your littles. You'll feel. Again, what does that mean? It just means you're not home. It means that the intensity of the planet has kicked your ass and brought up your issues. But if you can use tools, heart brain coherence, bringing the blood back to your forebrain, rubbing points to balance the brain while you're in this chaos. But if you're going to be in the thick of the experiences, don't waste it. Learn to be your 5%. If you can't connect with it, learn to observe with your 5% of what's going on. So something as simple as how one person is going into that energy field, it could destroy a relationship. And there can be a lot of pain, and then if you are only using whatever tools without really any evidence, and it doesn't matter to some degree about the evidence to some, because you are going to see it through the filter until you decide if you're done with that filter. Okay, there's different levels, and the more you're in the balanced part of your left brain, right brain, you will then be holding yourself accountable. But until then, it will be, oh my God, take responsibility, hold yourself accountable. That's what you want to say to them. Well, learn to talk right. Learn to not have that energy that way. Da, 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 da. And it'll be these butting of the heads instead of being in sync. It will be war. But inside yourself, if you can see what's happening, you're healing it out, changing how that filter of I have to see them that way, or that filter is I know this, that filter. And you're starting to change the emotional chemical peptides, and you start mentally and emotionally and spiritually feel better. But what about the physical? And this is what unique. I've been asking for years. So I pulled from a whole bunch of information, and again, standing on the shoulders of giants, I can see further, and I created a different perspective. Hence the tools I have today. But one point along my career of success hope therapy, I bumped into somebody that says, oh, that sounds just like this, what I'm doing, and it was invented by so-and-so, da-da-da-da. Really? And I looked at this information, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't want to do that too much because I'm still in my infant stage of really putting my spin and honing on getting all my experiences. Put that aside. Then I saw a woman that had talked about it, and this, if any of you were in my classes, we had talked about it, how a woman was a chiropractor, and she wondered why that the body couldn't hold the subluxation after she did the manipulation correction, until she linked the way the person thought was in the spine. So when she had them think about it and they tapped the spine, or they thought about it and held the forehead, or whatever the variations are that they're out there, then the body started to let go of the build up energy and release it. I'm like, what? So what I noticed is that I said, Spirit, you got to make this make sense, because all my experiences have been on holding the point, really feeling and seeing, using the sensory system. So hashtag feel it to heal it. And what came across with this piece of information, knowing that there are two people and I can't find the woman, but I can find the original of the other one. So I don't know who developed that part first, but that they follow the same road I did when you start collecting information. So how do I want to put it? The key word was please, Spirit, let me say it. Catheric? No. CATHARTIC. Catheric. Oh boy, my brain does not want to say this. But a non-catharic, which means you don't have to experience the disturbing emotion. Literally, you don't. But only recall the thoughts, that's related to that, yeah. You can intellectualize. You can recall the intellectualization and acknowledge while doing the energetic correction. It finally hit that as they were doing disruptive patterns, okay, to the intellectual thought, it became an interference destructive pattern. So this is where you're held the correct pattern, and but you're creating a disrupt. And they don't have to feel it. It's hashtag feel it to heal it. They don't have to. And so I've been playing with it this weekend and on everything. The physical body. I had a myora, which is a migraine. And I'm like, wait, what? So I had my husband do the process with me and on me. He did it. And it didn't take care of it immediately, but it took care of the way my brain was going, oh my God. You know, it was like, now it's just a different show. It was really unique. So I can replicate the pattern. My husband goes, oh, do me. And I'm like, okay, let's find something. Let's do this process with you. And as I began to understand, like with Success Hope Therapy, it is in the nature of how our brain sees pictures. It's important to have the content of how you know it, but the emotional chemical peptide needs to come out of the cell. But now we're talking nerves. We're talking nerves. We're talking neurons. We're talking about the spinal cord. We're talking about the brain. And then it was, okay, I could see this. But it goes back to how do we help? Yeah, that's it. Still don't know how to say it though. The heart-brain coherence. So then spirit is like, okay, I really, really want you to understand this heart math, and we're going to just look at this. And when your heart is in a rhythm, it can be beautiful. When there is different patterns, it can be very chaotic all over the place. Like when you see that you're hooked up, your fetal monitor's hooked up. If the baby's in stress, it'll look a different way. If it looks calm, it'll look a certain way. So, we can learn a lot about this particular information. And your heart says, I'm out of rhythm myself. And it was so interesting to see that, yes, I gave a response, but it's the mirror. It is where are we? And people don't like to forgive. If you're an ego, there's going to be a lot of hate and accusing and destroying and assuming, which is not even true. The heart. I watched these people stay in a heart-brain rhythm while chaos was happening. That means you got to train the brain and everything to get that and understand that. Influenced, to be so influenced by the news, other people's energy fields. I hadn't even realized that as I'm being me, somebody expected me to show up a certain way, and I did it. I didn't even realize I'd raised my hand because I could feel it, and I'm like, what is that feeling that I'm having? That it's in me, it's my response. And I'm taking accountability to pay attention in my triggers. I've learned to do this, but not just run with it. Don't run with it. That's ego. It's like, oh, so I'm being my 5%, standing outside, and all I can do is observe at this point because I'm teaching and I'm doing things. I'm like, what's going on? And I'm aware. But when the mirror comes in, it is like the field, which I call the inside is a vibration, outside is oscillation, and the field that we share is that scalar energy field. So if a person's going to show up like this, you have to show up like this. This is what you have is the signatures, and this is the written order of what you wanted to learn with one another. But you still can be that 5% of saying, wait a minute, you don't have to. So if one person triggers another person, and it can snowball to the point where only thing that's there is hate. But if you were to realize that you were looking through a filter and it really wasn't true, what were you really afraid of? It wasn't the person that's representing in the moment. It's the program of the past. It is what your heart and your brain is saying, I have memorized. Cathartic. Yeah, thank you, Nicole Johnson. See, Now I can see it that way. I can do it. So the heart brain. And it is, if you can get the rhythm of your heart down, can you get the brain to come with it? Because like at night, it's 5 breaths in and 5 breaths out. And you're breathing, you imagine instead of through your nose and your mouth, you imagine that you're doing it through the heart. Now, as I had an interaction with somebody, I was like, wait, what was that about? And so I started to breathe through my heart, and I asked Spirit, what is that? Why is that? What was it? So when you get into certain things with certain people, it will be, you can't help but to go to the mirror and take offense. You can't help but hit that scalar of how you used to do things, the filters. And when all of a sudden you see it, it is, what? And it's hurt. It can be heart-wrenching. It can be, I have to defend myself. I have to do all of this, and I have to explain to you, and you need to take responsibility for your part. And the thing is that when you start doing heart-brain, you do, because you realize it has nothing to do with that person. It has everything to do with your representation of how your heart didn't know what to do with it. And then the brain says, well, I'm going to think it over and over and over and over, and we're going to put it in the body. And then the heart will say, oh my God, my Akashic record's still open. I haven't resolved this. So the nervous system then says that you have to always respond this way. I'm happy to say that it's not true. You can begin to heal all of these things at a different level. So as I'm looking at this, it's like, your emotions don't have to engage in war and having to stand up for yourself or having to, so like I'd always see energy happen, because when you have violence in the family, you can become very apologetic. You become very, without realizing it, you know what they were mad about, you've memorized that, and so you keep reliving this. But again, the person that's in front of you right now is a representation of somebody from the past. It's important that you heal from the nerves, from your nervous system. And so I'm going to keep employing in my body this looking at the intellectual connection. Because when I'm having you do success, I don't want you to intellectualize, because it doesn't work. But if I were to use a disrupted pattern with it, and you are in that intellectual state, then the body is going to be more of letting and releasing that. And then if you start practicing your heart brain, and you can even do Wayne Cook to balance the brain. So for me, it's like, as I'm standing in my 5% going, whoa. Okay, so as I go through the process of finding where it's at and using the disrupt pattern, I'll use if I can reach here, I'll reach here, and the rest of it I will go towards the door jamb to get my whole spine. Or I'll call my husband and say, do a spinal flush. Or he'll do a pound, where I tell him to pound, as I'm intellectualizing a recall of, yeah. Now, sometimes it doesn't always make sense when you recall. So I have you trust with your spirit, whereas this doesn't include your spirit. This includes you to just recall. And I find that it's very unique. What? What are you on about? That's what you did all morning. You awed. Would you like any treats? You want a treat? You want a treat? There you go. And I got no trash. Okay. So the body, the body is going to keep reliving the disturbing emotion. And even though I was helping you understand that we can take the key out of, which is the chemical peptide, let's say of anger, and you pull it out as you hold to this point, and you create a disrupt pattern with like EFT and all that, and you're pulling it out, the cell calms down. But the nervous system, or I should say the neurons that in the brain, in the spinal cord, the brain relies on neuroplasticity. And so there's much hope for people that have brain issues. And now they have discovered stem cells that can help regenerate the rest of the spinal cord and getting the cells to communicate in a different way. But now, energetically, there's more hope. Because I could feel my body doing something, and I thought, wow, this is what the 3-day event was about. Was to bring up these things, being caught in that program, seeing only through that filter. And as I'm like, no, I'm not going to use EFT. I'm going to use this. I'm going to look at how I intellectualized as a kid, how I had thought it over and over and over, and and you can hear it. It always happens. This is what I believe. And we're here to change beliefs. We're here to change that. And as I started to use the new process, it was like my body felt like, And it was interesting because the stress level, because it was also extremely high. And I had to travel and blah, 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 blah. My heart rate went up to 152. My body says, oh, dear God. But my breathing was good, which was the first. So I'm breathing that 5 in and out, breathing it through my heart, not. And as I'm doing that, so it's about intention. And as I began to do that, all of a sudden it was like I had to eat. And I'm like, no, I have to eat. No, maybe I'm just thirsty. Yes, I was thirsty, so I drank a lot of water. But stress, you know how they say if you eat that, it's like minutes on your lips and years on your hips. My body's nerves were my body says, holy cow, calm down. Your heart rate's up 152. You're measuring your stress as an 82. Okay, relax. And I'm like, I am relaxing, and I really have nothing in my mind that's doing this, but my body had memorized something. The heat was a trigger. The solar flares, the Mother Earth, all of these things. I'm like, wow, there's stuff going on that's bringing up. And so I couldn't help myself, but I made myself a hamburger and I had to eat. But it wasn't at the time that I wanted to eat, that I normally ate. And it's like disrupting my lifestyle, but my body is saying, we need something, to the point that I actually grabbed some sugar that is the unhealthy, the white sugar or whatever. And but I don't like the taste of it. But my body was like, it was like, I have to have something because you're so stressed. I'm like, what? But I'm not stressed in the mind or the emotions. And yet, earlier I was. And I'm like, oh my God, why was I know these signs. How come I didn't see these signs? That makes no sense. Spirit says, because. I says, because why? Now I can understand more of reason and understanding how people don't know they go there. And more of a deep appreciation of what I need to learn. I was like, oh my gosh. But if the other person is not in sync with you and this is who you have an issue with, then it's all about, so a couple years ago, it was the vertical and horizontal energy, okay? So as time's moving this way, the vertical energy is going up and down. How are you going to be on this freaking timeline? And a lot of distraction happened where people that were close friends blew apart. And so a lot of people are gun shy of wanting to get back in. But at the same time, this time it is these filters. It's so subtle. And you're looking at it. And when you are on the receiving end of it, it makes sense. But the pain and the accusation and the suffering and the hatred, you can see the age that you go into. Not just observing other people, but you can observe how you are. And you're like, what? those interference patterns are supposed to be destructive and chaos is to help realign you. Like I said, there is an upgrade that is happening. And it is this stuff. You cannot come into this new energy with that old mindset. You can't create reality with that old mindset. You just can't. Okay? Y'all with me so far? What did you hear me say? One, even though there's chaos in hell, and you can only see through your filters, and it just is like fucking real, man. That hurts. They did this to me. Blah, blah, blah. The filters. And you've got to be accountable, and they got to be accountable. And it's like, stop. Let's just, one, what do we do? Well, this is where walking is great for those that don't have any other tools. Breathing exercises, heart brain coherence is going to need, you should be adding that, because as you begin to age, like I'm in my 50s, I want my heart to be in more rhythm, which means my goal is to reach over 100, maybe 123. My goal is to do that, and to do that, my heart does not need to be worn out. It needs to be renewed. So if you can just practice breathing in to the count of 5, and then out to the count of 5. If you can get that rhythm, then you imagine your heart breathing in and out. So focus in the heart. Placing your hand on the heart helps. Because even if you can't intentionally focus, your brain goes where you're touching. And so you can make a major connection by touching there, so that you can bring that awareness that maybe you're not in charge of really yet by doing this. But if you can go, all right, I'm touching, my body's got this. Now I'm intentionally breathing through my heart. And I go through the nose and the mouth, so that when I breathe out slowly, my body, because of the way the oxygen in the blood is usually required. And in some sense, when you breathe in and out like that, it also is connecting to those chakras. Now, this is going to mean dedication, discipline, lifestyle change. Because a lot of people will go right back into their ego. Ugh, it's not working. Fuck it. No, you got to not want to give up on yourself. You got to really begin to notice. So an overhaul of exercise, an overhaul of food, overhaul of understanding those different types of chemicals that are called food, that your body is like going, what? And then the body. I'm going to keep working. So I have tribal tomorrow. I have a feeling we're going to be working more with that physical, intellectual form of healing that I want to make sure people understand that they can do it on themselves if they have nobody around. Okay? So I really... Did I hear you drop that? Did you eat any of it? But these were very intense. Somebody said they did this last week. They're agreeing with me. I love that we're communicating. So one of the things that we can do is that we can, in Coherence, we can incorporate like signals. If I look down to, yeah, I'd love to see you back, Angela. Like we could use 1s and 2s. 2 is peace. 1 is, yeah, man. And 3 could be hug. You know, we could do 1, 2s, and 3s. We could start to incorporate a different type of language, but it can work for a day. But if we're not consistent, we won't understand. Now, 4 can be love. Hopefully, my moderators are listening. So 1 is like, yeah, I'm agreeing. You know, 2 is peace, and 3 is a hug, and 4 is love. So if you don't really have nothing to say, but you are going, oh, I get that, you could go and send 1, 2, 3, or 4, if that makes sense. Now, we do have um, a pay it forward, a PIF for Robin that still needs to be taken care of. We have a pay it forward chat for PDF. What did I say that? Two chats, two $12 chats. Why is that? My brain is doing this. Don't know why I said PDF. So basically, we have two of those PIFs. One is for Teresa Pete. One is for Robin. Just let me know when you would like to use those. And then we have April Lynn that has done a chat for herself. We have Amy that gave 3 PIFs. So April Lynn has given a gift to TP. Does TP aware of it? One could be that I agree. So we could really play along with. Yeah, I'll take them all, Robin. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then we have, like I said, Amy wants to come on, and when you get very dedicated with yourself, you can do them. If we have enough people here that wants, okay, if you've never had a reading from me, you have a chance to get a free reading. Okay, if I've never given you one, you get a free reading. But if you had a reading and you're like, oh, but I want one, but I can't afford it. You don't have $3 or 12 or 24. We do have what's called a pay it forward PIF. And so we have 3 of those. And if we have more than 3 people, then we can have the duck race, which can be really fun. Okay, which can be very fun. So when you're really meant to learn something new, you will also be put into a state sometimes of devastation so that you can see something that you couldn't see before. Okay, Robin said she'll do her gift from Amy. So I can't remember who gave it, but yeah, I think so. Yeah, okay. So we do know that. We do know that I need to go write all this down. All right, so we have, the PIFs, which is 1, 2, 3. We know that we have that. We have the chats, which we have. That little mouse will run and hit them. That's funny. Okay, the details hit the wall. So we have Robin, and then we have TP, and then we have, that's the PIFs, and then we have Expedite, which is Miss April Lynn, and then we have videos, which is Amy. Oh, I'll take them all, April Lynn. And then we have the minis, if anybody wants to do a mini. That's $3. You can always go through paypal.me/reading 11. There's no S on the readings, so it's reading. Yep, I'll put your name down, Miss Angela Stokes. I'll put your name down for that. So going to the paid, we're going to make sure that, so April Lynn, I'm assuming is, she's not responded yet. Okay, well, remember, no matter what, we can always do it when she can. I know, I love the duck race too. So tribal is going to be fun tomorrow. Is it not fun? I promise you an average, you always get like 2 or 3. Because it is important to understand that when you're in that level of love, then there is no competition. There is none of these things. You don't have to. I'm trying to figure out why the light's hitting that just right where you can't see it. Charlie is very much quiet, which is a good thing. A good thing. Yeah, because eventually, see, I've got all kinds of foods and snacks. He's got water. He's got everything to entertain his little self. And look at him look. What is that? Oh, you all can't see it. Sorry. Whew. All right, so Miss April Lynn, let me get my board up. When you begin to breathe in and out, now I'm going to tell you the one thing extra that you need to do with heart brain. If you can allow yourself to really hold your attention through your heart, and that means no monkey mind, No going, oh, fear, oh, but keeping your mind in your heart. You're going to start operating with the brain cells that are in your heart. Okay, so as you start to do that, I want you to then start to be like a little Harry Potter and bring up a beautiful memory, one of appreciation. And as you start to collect those joy books, you can even open up your joy book and recall through the heart the appreciation energy. Okay? And if you can hold appreciation in the heart as you breathe through it and you're there, and then no matter what's going on, you won't get influenced because you're holding yourself in the heart brain. And the unique thing about the heart is that it has its own auric field and it can expand out 6 to 8 feet. And if you hold that space of love, you can expand it out even further globally. So let me get this, let's get this going. Somebody said, well, how did you fix your issue? So I've had issues for a good month or so that has to do with why you have Facebook. You have Facebook and you have, what you call it, and Zoom. And they weren't communicating. It was not Zoom's fault. And it was how MetaSuites wants to own the fan page so that it can connect up to WhatsApp or Instagram with the Facebook fan pages. And so you can put all the information in one space and it uploads to everything. But it has to be in a business format, which means it takes the rights away from your personal page, which is what Zoom signs into. If you do Facebook, it connects into that personal page. And so when you go live to Facebook through Zoom, it goes through your personal page, which has permission to see the rest of the fan pages. But since MetaSuites takes all that permission away from your personal page, you can't use Zoom. So I disbanded, because I disbanded it, Instagram's going to suffer because there's just so many different formats to do. So many different formats to do. So that hopefully helps you understand. So when I disbanded it, I got my rights back personally to control my fan page, the one fan page that is very important to me. And this is where all you guys are. Okay? All right. Now I'm going to look at, for April Lynn, we're going to look at the physical aspects. So tell me what body part or any of this that hurts. Okay? We're going to just play around, get that. Spirit wants me to experiment and to do test trials and blah, 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 blah. I've seen great success with SP, Success Hope Therapy. Now I'd like to see this next part, and which I might just call MWS Metameters. I'm trying to figure out how and what I want to call it. Because I need to be looking at the segments of the spinal column. I need to understand because other great teachers have been only focusing on the spine. And so when they have used their development of their language and their stuff, why did that stop? Why is it not working? Oh, that's why. Okay. So Miss April Lynn, just waiting for you to, there we go. There is a sequence of how your body functions, and so we have to put our own spin on it. Left side neck goes down to trap and tight muscles, left rotator cuff. Okay. All right. I gotta write quickly. So this isn't gonna be one of those where it's gonna be thank God it's being recorded. Alrighty, we're gonna go. So I'm going to look at the intellectualized. So they're saying intellectualized. Yes, so it's intellectualized. So this means there's a thought pattern of how you coped, handle, and deal, but you had to come up with a one-word answer. It connects back to a very specific point. Yeah, I already had to correct it. Thank you, Ames. Just came up. So as we're looking at the cells or the neurons, they want me to look at a particular thing. So in different segments, that's not, at this point, is not important. What is important is the rhythm of what meridians. Okay, so what the story of your life is unfolding into the neck region. And the first word is impending, the second one is emotions, impending, and then the second one is emotions. Okay. So something happened very specific in your environment every single day. The body has now said this is a chronic thing that you see and experience and get triggered every day. As I look, I'm looking at the irrelevancy. So this is how so I'm looking at how the left brain is memorized this. Well, I guess that ain't gonna work. Hold on, I gotta correct my machine, which is not working. Yes, it's definitely memorized. It has now been a habit because past 21 days it is a very extreme habit. And I said it has to do with the irrelevant. So what are you living each day that your brain is going, oh, I got to think this through. This is the way it is. I'm shocked by it and all of that. As you are in your left brain, it'll be like, oh, you won't even realize you're doing these things. But the body is saying that you're living in an environment, whether it's at work or at home, where their energies remind you of your childhood. So as we look at the way the body is responding and in what particular age is 5 years old, and that you have to always let it play out. So 5 years old, and you have to let it play out. So they're putting off a certain field. Okay? So when you think of the pain, and when you think of that, and I'll say like why, they're saying there's a panic. And helplessness. So the body's doing this, but it's when stress is in your state. Okay. Let's say you're doing really good and a person comes, you don't see it coming, and they go into their stress state and they are just throwing energy around. Yes, irrelevant at work, so much lofty energy. Yes, they are the representation of your childhood at 5 years old, and how your childhood had memorized and put that in your heart. You got this? As I look, I said, do I need to know which meridians are really involved? They said, not necessary. It has a lot to do with that you can't help but have this knee-jerk response that you may not be aware of the thought processes because the body is going, I got to go in this state. I have to go in this state. Now, if we were to look at this part, no, I'm not in your energy field. I'm in this area. So I'm going to put my hand here on my neck. And as I do, I'm losing power. And I'll say, as I'm looking at this, because I'm looking at a schematic, I said, is it a conception through 10? Is it through 10 through 20? Is it 10 through 15? So 20, 19, 18. So around 18 years old is this piece is connected to your 5-year-old. Okay? But this piece, And it is the same story of irrelevant and, and all of these energies. So if I said, if you were to put your hand here, then you tap, if you can, the first, because I'm just going to look. I'm going to look. Is it in the particular parts of your body? And they said it's in the small intestine. And the small intestine is down here, but the meridian is right here. The small intestine and the meridian that is holding that very first experience was at 5 years old. So then I would say go find a corner jam, and just go, you don't even have to intellectualize. You just say, this is doing it again. I'm being irrelevant. It's lofty energy. Don't think of any emotions. Just intellectualize it enough. Then go over and have your hand here, but bounce on. I don't usually like it on, but on the sides of your spinal. You may have to go down. Now, there's very much specific spaces. Other people have recorded all of these things. You can even look at the, nope, I have it in the other room. And that is, where is the nerve to the small intestine, which you can then tap onto the back. You do it on the doorframe a lot. So now we know that it's small intestine. It's the nerves, or chiropractic nerve thing, and it'll tell you where the small intestine is. If you see that it's down, I can't remember where it's at. I have it in the other paper. You can then just bounce on both sides of the spine, on that door jam. Okay, but do it on the average. You can do it like breathing in, tap 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 tap. Okay, breathing out, tap 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 tap. So it's in the sequence of the breath, and I usually do 2 to 4 rounds. So breathing in and out is 1, and in and out is 2. But I haven't really gone to, unless it's really, really, I'm now caught up in being influenced and emotionally and mentally are involved. But when it comes to the back, now the body needs to start to release it. The nerves need to get out of habit of it, is what I'm understanding. Now, to help you a little bit further, is that the nervous system of the heart says to really release that, what we're talking about is that you're startled. You got older, you're not startled. But your body has gotten so used to it that the nerves are saying that my heart is like, here we go again, but it's kind of startled. So you can breathe in and out, breathe in there, but as you start to work, put gratitude into that heart area. But okay, so they're saying they want you to do 6S at the same time, so they want you to do right wrist, second position, soft. Hopefully that makes sense. The body needs to start to be in sync with the way we're working energetically. Then the heart brain needs to be in sync so that you can break up with the relationship and the pattern and the habit. Very arrogant, lofty energy. I was mirroring his energy. Ooh, I caught myself being cocky right back at him. Stopped that and came back to myself. Yes, but the nerves, that's part of this 3-day thing that's been, ooh. And you're like, wait, what? But the filter, that what you can't see, is that you have to see him that way. And everybody wants everybody to be accountable for what they've done and how they've said it and this and that. But the filter is that you had to flinch. You had to go into your, almost feeling an apology. But as you aged, you're like, but I'm not doing that. So then it looks like you didn't grow up and you didn't take accountability. And it sounds like it's just their fault. But in this mirror, it is the past that needs to be corrected so that it doesn't have to show up as a battlefield, the war. You are irrelevant in that through that filter, but you're very relevant. And right now, you are meant to keep going into this until you change it. He's a jokester on I will not get a serious answer. Ah, okay. So energetically, your body said he has to show up this way so that you can heal something. And he reminds you of, just go through the process. Who does he remind you of? And it took a lot of your attention away from your joy and your peace. But that's what it was supposed to do, because your heart is still going, why did that happen? Why do they need to be so that way? Why? The little part of you needs to just get back to the center of self. So that means you have to do, I think, really strongly R2S. Okay. Let's everybody send twos. I'm going to send twos to April. Help hold peace. We're going to hold peace for her. So as more than one person likes to come in agreement with me, then we can say fours. If she's given a 4, she wants love. So 4s, 2s, or whatever you want to do. Just start giving a number for creating that support with one another. So here we got a 2. So how else is listening? A 2 and a 4. And it is all of this support we can be for one another. So one or more two come together, we can create this particular harmony that we need. And that's what we're doing. We want to change this consciousness. Thank you for participating, 2s and 4s. It's awesome. 2s and 4s. And you are welcome. Yes, we're here. We're holding space because it is about changing the collective. It was individual. Now it's starting to be that we need to be in collective, not in minions, but in the support of how do we show up with love. It's using love instead of minions. Minions is where people gather to destroy another, because one truth is different than another. And this happened to Einstein when he had discovered about, his theory, and then how somebody then took his theory and made it worse and made it into a bomb, taking something and using it as a weapon. And there were people that were just against Einstein, that it was the truth, but they gathered minions to attack. So there's all of these different ways that beautiful information is there. But if somebody's not ready to hear it, then they will gather people to form an opinion, and then it'll be a collective a conscious attack. Like, what's the name of that movie where they had the dream within the dream? Okay, so you had to know if you were in a dream. It wasn't Perception, was it? But where he had... they go in and change people's dreams. But if you inside that dream and they're in there, the subconscious mind will see it as an enemy and attack. It's out of sync. It's out of source. You're like, oh, it's not balanced. All right, we're going to move on to the pips that I was given, and we will go to Robin. I'll wait till she's back. We'll go to Robin, and when Robin gets back, we'll do her. And if TP has not been here yet, then we can save that for later. Okay. When somebody's abusing you, got to be strong enough to walk away and protect yourself. A lot of women have learned that you have to go to special homes that will be very protective to you, or you just have to make the choice of, what if they didn't exist? When you get into, and this energy is about, you need me more than I need you, it becomes these attitudes. Okay. If they didn't exist, where would you go? Who would you rely on? And you learn to, you can stay there and take it, or you can just say, I'm done, and walk away. Another thing can be that you could take and put your hand on your forehead and do just OMG. Now, I could give you a reading to help you understand why this is happening, but, just telling me this, do you want to keep it or do you want it to change? Okay. If you're looking for change, that's what I'm here for. But if you're looking for me to agree with you and to give you that support, okay, change. So now we're going to give a Gold Gaze a reading. And you never had a reading from me before, so this will be free, so you understand. And Spirit says that how life is showing up to her is that she's being abused by her mother. And as I'm looking, it is about right and wrong issue. It's about the right and wrong. Okay, it's right and wrong. And no matter how much you want to do it your way, you have all these rules where you have to do it their way. And God, my brain is saying, I feel like I have to be a self-regulator for their emotion. They don't know how to self-regulate. And my emotions, because I'm pregnant, there's a lot of discouraging brainwash as far as the right and wrong, the right and wrong. What I think what's best for you would be to go, okay, I'm always hearing that I have to do something out of sympathy. So there's words being used so that you have to do that bidding. Be aware of discouragement, be aware of manipulation. And if you and when you hear all these things and you're like, okay, I'm supposed to give up my expectations and live their way, then I'm going to say, measure all that. Oh my God. Then you're going to take your left wrist and you are going to use your innate wisdom and you're going to get your brain out of being in stress mode. And you're like, oh my God, this whole thing with her. You go left wrist, first position. And that means it's right under the thumb. And my finger is just one finger width. So then I place my thumb there. The finger was just a measure. I'm going to put that finger in my palm to create the letter C. Safety, security, stability. Placing my palm on my forehead and dropping my fingers, touching the governing 20 point. And you're just going to sit there and you're going to feel. You're going to feel how you know the story and so incredibly about how much it hurts. You're aware of the abuse. You're aware of it. And you feel like you can't do anything. You can only give up. And it's all about right and wrong, right and wrong, right and wrong. But you keep your hand there for 15, 20 minutes. Measure again. Have you calmed down? You need to for the babe. You need to for the babe. So calming down. And it's not forcing yourself, but just know how you know it on a very much, what do you call it? On that particular level. And when you move into this state, you can choose. You can choose to decide how you move forward. You get to choose. Now, as you go like this, after 15, 20 minutes, keep your hand back up. After you've measured and you're like, okay, it's working, you're healing yourself. Nobody else is doing it but you. Keep going there and get it down to 0. Now, she's going to get on your freaking nerves because she's going to do it. She's a program. She's not going to stop. She's going to be determined. But this is where your growth is meant to come into play. If you can't leave her or if that's how you're going to be, then I'm going to tell you that you can feel how she's crossing the territory, crossing the line, how she's same shit, how you're supposed to reject yourself and detach from yourself and attach to her. And it's like, when it comes up again, you're going to go right wrist this time, first position, meaning I place my thumb there. And you push in nice and soft, don't push deep. Put your finger in your palm and then sit like this. So you have no pH. That could be potential hydrogen, that could be a phone, that could be whatever. But I just told you that since you're here watching it, you can sit there and use your innate wisdom to do the healing to help change the environment in the inside your mind, inside your brain, inside your body, so that the bubby will have this ability to feel very safe. Give that. And now you're going to take your hand and you're just going to just imagine blue energy and you're blessing that baby. You're blessing that baby. You're blessing that baby. Help to regulate this. Now this is where not only blessing the baby, but you're also going to start breathing through your heart. Okay, so that the heart rhythm can become more balanced. So you're going to breathe in the count of 5 and breathe out. Place your hand on your heart. Now imagine that your heart is breathing in and out, all to the count of 5. And then eventually when you get that rhythm, start putting appreciation. I appreciate this baby. I appreciate that the sun feels good. I appreciate whatever you appreciate. Then notice how you feel with that love, and then just focus on the appreciation. Again, breathing with touching here, getting your head into your heart and using awareness where your heart is. And imagine that your heart's breathing in appreciation, out appreciation, and just feel it expand. There's several different things you can do for yourself. But the first one is to get the blood back up, because basically when you get manipulated, it can hurt like you wouldn't believe. All right? Take care of you and that bubby. Very important. Okay. I got this haircut and I hate it. The way that it's cut is that it's supposed to be more framing, and I've got half of a frame, but I feel like most of my hair is missing in my head. Go heal yourself. You're so worth it, Gold Gaze. Yeah, but it changes the way that I can feel the texture. So it's my connection to my body. And I know it's different. So my body and my brain is like, I reject that. It doesn't have to, but I'm aware of it. I don't have to follow it, and I don't have to, but I'm aware of it, and I could lose power to it, or I can learn to look at myself differently. Just heard a strange noise. I just want to make sure that's happening. He's there, so that's good. Let's see. Okay. The baby kicked. Aw, hello, Bubby. Okay, so now I'm going to, TP is, I don't think's around, and we have Amy that usually is the anchor, because she likes to, well, I like to stick her on the end there. I see Morgan and Angela's here, and I don't really see. Is there anybody else here that wants to put their name in the PIF? Thank you. I'll accept that blessing. Anybody else here? Because I see some people here, but looking around, I'm looking for those. All right, I'm gonna just jump in, and Morgan, if you have what you usually like to communicate, then go right ahead. And then we have Angela. So Angela, we're not playing the duck race because we've only have 2 people that really is doing this. So Miss Angela, all right, so I'm looking at praise and rewards. The brain has this thing that it's about reward and pain and pleasure. So it's this. I'm looking at how you are transforming yourself from one set of mindset of religion that you shouldn't do that, that's wrong, blah, 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 to a new mindset that you're starting to understand is comfortable. Your question was about orbs, and it is the consciousness of like souls that can be around you. There's different types of theories of thought. And I said, are the orbs around people that she's known? Yes. Is her gifts to being able to connect into that field? Yes. Is it a particular chakra that's doing it? The 7th and the 6th. So there's communication between the two. You're allowing more in because you feel safer. But what I'm hearing is that there's a learned, I can't do a consistency there, I failed. That's not true. How you begin to do things that you've never had before. Oh, she's back. Okay, good. how you've done things that you've never had before, um, causes you to listen to what the old paradigm in the 3D world was. You failed. The definition of failure for you is to, I didn't do it right the first time. Well, you're not meant to. As the perspectives grow, you need to know that if it failed, you will learn that pattern and path to where you're going. Because if you learned it the first time, you wouldn't understand pathways, and your brain wouldn't see it as an achievement. Now, if you are living that you feel like you failed, that means you're living the way you judge things instead of discernment as your 2-year-old self, and how it was delivered to you that you did it wrong. Okay, so when you are doing this, you then go, thank you, Spirit, show me more. Because now you're because you've been doing so much healing, moving the emotions and all of this, you're allowing yourself to see something greater than what you were used to seeing. So now the brain is ready to say, I'm getting new information, so now I can think and create a new reality out of that. Okay. When you begin to notice that your ego comes in and squashes with old flippant language that, oh, I did it wrong, or I don't believe this, or, oh, I can only see it, I haven't seen it in a while, oh, there must be a block. This is the talk of that you need to connect more. So I bet if you did more heart, brain, coherence, and then use your intention of wanting to see, you would be able to use those gifts even more. But when it comes in, notice that you had to shut things down, say that you failed, because that was your coping tool to how your parents and other people would project about how you did things to make you feel like shit, because that is how they were trying to communicate with you, that they did the best they could, but their levels of communicating was in that era. So you have to learn how to become confident, and don't get your heart crushed because your little is saying, oh, well, I failed. That's not true. You have to redefine this. So when you begin to go through the whole program of, I can't be confident, I failed, look, da 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 da, I've got all this. Grab your left wrist, first position, push and deep, L1D. Sit there. But you got to catch it and notice. Even if it's way after the fact and you're like, oh, I did that to myself, you can go back and measure. And then you hold L1D and look at how that sensation of the feeling is. Do I really need to make this happen every time? Do I have to? So go back and do L1D and then rise up above and not have to believe those chemical peptides. When you have relationships and you're curious about whether somebody loves you, the big question is this. Okay, first of all, Angela, yes. Yes, if you feel the sensation of connecting, that is your mother. Chances are it is. If they're in love with you and they're shy, the thing is that you're supposed to learn how to communicate. Social skills. Do it different. Do and grow. Once you know better, then do better. If you are sitting there and that person doesn't give you the time and day, then I would say no. There will be this schismic connection that you will be gravitated to the person that wants you and you want them. It'll be like synchronicities will just make it happen. That's what happened with me and Alan. He lived 10,000 miles apart. He lived in Australia. I lived in Michigan, and Spirit just kept making things happen. We hadn't talked to each other in like, I don't know, quite a few years. And all of a sudden it was like, wow, he's in my space. And he liked me. He felt like he was supposed to be there. And then it was like, okay, it was very unique. When a person wants you, they will be in your space. Do you want them back? But if you feel that they may like you or not like you because it's the awkward thing in teenage years, There's nothing wrong with standing up and healing how you feel. How you heal, feel fear. Get the fear out of the way. Go find out. And if you don't want to talk to them directly, talk to whoever it is. But when somebody tells you yes and no, that they know how that person is, understand there's too many variables above the head. And a person can change their mind in a heartbeat. Okay, so Opera House, will I meet my soulmate this year? So Julia, the question is, are you ready? It's not, oh, I'm ready and I'm going to meet them and they're not here. If you were actually in sync to meet them, you would all of a sudden feel this gravitation and pull. Because it's about loving you, looking at your life, living your best life, and then you will attract them just like that. But if you're looking and you want something better than what you have, and you have this thing you don't like, but you want more, and you're having that, then you're only going to bring in this particular soulmate that is going to help you see your lessons. But usually it'll be done in a hard way. Learning to love yourself, learning to have confidence in yourself, learning how to be independent, and letting people in, and you're focusing on you, that will draw in the love of your life just like that. But please be careful when you listen to other readers that say this. Now remember, everything, there's so many different things that can prevent you from being there. Now all I can tell you is that you have to start living your best life. They're saying that one of the things is you stop focusing on grief and overcompensating. That you haven't learned that you don't need those in social skills. You don't need that. So you have some growth to do. Yeah, so so I would definitely see is that I would do right wrist first position deep. So right wrist, there's that finger that makes the first position, thumb there, nice and deep, meaning you're pushing your thumb, finger in the palm, create the letter C, safety, security, stability. And I want you to focus on the emotions, the feelings of how you know of what grief is. That person causes grief. I cannot stand when people can't self-regulate or how they have to throw their shit. Grief. The other part would be overcompensate. So if you cause someone grief and then you like you said something, you're like, oh my God, so now you have to overcompensate because you said something wrong, or you have to do more because in your mind you're judging it. Right wrist, first position, deep. Get those two things out of the way. Measure them. Oh my God, yes, it happens. And then measure, and after 15 minutes and it comes down to like a 6, you're healing. Keep going back till 0. Work on those two particular things, and then when you see it going on, you're like, do you have to believe it because it's habit? And you're like, no, well, I see it. Okay, go back to it. Doesn't mean it didn't work, it just means you're seeing the next layer. And you can keep healing yourself until all of a sudden your energy in your inner world changes and it creates a whole new story. So Charlie's trying to eat. That's what he's trying to do. Now, Robin, are you ready? Is there anything in particular, Robin, that you would like me to address? I would love to. And if you want me to include the spine or just whatever you'd like. Well, good. I'm glad that you heard me, Opera. Now, you're worth it. Go heal. Go heal. So, Miss Robin says that she'd like Spirit to help. And I'm like, okay, let's find out what Spirit has to say. And one of the things I'm hearing is that the body seems to be holding this very timid feeling. Now, I said in the nature of her being the age she is now, right here, does she know this? No. Okay, where is this timid being held? It's held in the heart. Oh, Charlie, what are you doing? You trying to get the food? There. It's held in the heart. Okay? So the heart brain and the rhythm of that is timid. And I said, is it an emotion? Is it an intellect? It is memorized. It's a memorized both emotion and intellect, which means because you've aged, you won't see it. You won't see it. Not really. So what we're going to have you do then is understand that you're going to be working with your heart. How you are coping with the thing that occurred, you knew that you had to use timid in order as a coping tool to protect yourself at a very, very young age. I'm thinking around 6 years old. 6 months? No, 6 years. Okay. 6 years old. And you had no choice but at 6 years to let it play out. And I said, and what I'm getting is that the people that were in your space would really feel, one person would be feeling very indifferent. So you couldn't really feel the love, giving and receiving. Other people would be, I can't tolerate life. So there's a lot of erratic people in their left brain and just being like depressed or angry or ADHD, any of those labels that you want. But there was all this energy. And what happens then is that you had to live around and with these people at 6 years old, that you had to build a reality that you could cope with. And so you knew that timid was something that you felt, like how to approach, how to communicate, because they were prickly at best. They weren't really home in their body. Does any of this make sense? And so the heart then says, I have identified with my coping tool, and my coping tool is about, I couldn't make the intimidation stop. I couldn't make the feeling timid stop. So we have intimidation and we have timid. And I said, where do you want her to do? And they said, if she could begin to understand how the body, not necessarily her adult mind in the age she is now, but to go back and go, what would have happened at that age? And just sit and breathe just for a moment or two, go in the 241 and just see what pops. When something begins to pop, then I want you to go, okay. That's not necessarily the emotion as much as I want you to start with the intellect. And that means you're going to hold L1D. Then go over to a corner of a door jamb and just start bouncing as you're holding and you're intellectualizing. And if the emotion is the sensation that's in the body, if the emotion begins to pop in your head, that's fine. But listen and go down to your heart. Feel it, understand it, and then just keep bouncing. Go up and down, breathing in and out. Remember to breathe as you're doing it and as you're holding. And what will happen is that we're going to start transforming it on several levels of consciousness, which means several chakras, as well as the aura is going to change its frequency. So you're going to really help yourself on a deeper level. Does that make sense? Okay, so I didn't see what time I started, but this is, oh, okay, here it is. The other part, your heart, the other part of your heart is, I'm going to have to behave. 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 I think that's the words from the timid. As I said, I'm going to have to behave. I'm going to have to behave. I do feel that from the heart. And this is when you felt that crush. That crush. Oh my God, the people you love, and you're just crushed, knowing, and this is the other part of what's been going on the planet for 3 days, is knowing that they're discouraging you, so they don't really want to help you, and maybe shutting down your dreams, and maybe sitting there and just, you're just like, oh my God. Does this make sense? Then you're going to hold left wrist, first position, deep, L1D, okay? I know what you're speaking of. Good. Because they're very, very specific, but it's this crush. And what's important about this crush, so I'm going to keep dressing you, but I got to let people know about this. You're crushed. That means you're only going to see through a filter. And you will relive that particular program that happened as a kid, and you'll relearn it, and you'll redo it, and you'll see it in front of you as a representation of the people in front of you, and you'll like, that hurt, I want you to pay. And maybe those aren't your words. I hurt, I can't let you get away with it. And maybe those aren't your words. You got to find those words. But you're crushed and you're going, oh my God, I don't want to feel guilty and shame. Why are you making me feel this way? Maybe those aren't your words. but it's the direction of the energies. And if you can just tap into your heart a little bit further, L1D it, notice that these filters that you have to see it and have somebody live in your face. You got to get into it. Do you understand? Okay. All right. Sounds good. Go heal, honey. Go heal. So we have a couple people here. Yes, we have one last piff. And then I see that Thor has fate, some stars. So that means your name goes in the drawing. We have Victor says, any piffs? My wife was bitten by our dog. She wants to put her down. I'm torn about it. The dog has bitten us on several occasions. Why does Spirit say, okay, what does Spirit, okay. Well, first of all, why is it that if you have other animals that bite, why is it we follow the collective that with a dog, you have to kill them? It's the same thing when a horse would break its leg. We were taught that you kill them. They ain't going to be any good in the farm. They'll kill them. Why give them a life anywhere else? And with a dog, it is, oh, for tribal, excellent, Nicole. So with a dog, the collective is, and maybe the rule is, and how the judge is, it is, we have to kill them. But why? Why? So we have to change this collective that in it, it says we have to do these things. Thank God we stopped killing horses. Now we give them prosthetics and we give them a new home. If the frustration is there about this, and if people can't understand that the dog is sometimes very timid, like Charlie, we want to hate them when they hurt us. Look at him, he's like, what? He's a little lovable dude, but when he started to fall in love with Sky, he was very protective in his nature to protect her, and so he decided he was going to bite us. It was like, Charlie, and it hurt that, and it was my response, and because we could pet him, and then all of a sudden you couldn't. But I'm not going to kill Charlie because he bit me. I'm not going to do anything except for give him his space. And that's why he has the cage. Now, some people think cages are horrible, but if you have a cage where they can run around and it feels like a big playpen, that's great. Maybe you need to not have them. So what is the thing about the dog? Oh, we got to have them. My idea is that they have to be with me all the times, and then they're going to bite me. And if they're going to be doing this, I can edit that. Or they're a rescue dog and they're hurt. If you don't have the patience at the time, don't get one. If you're going to always have the reaction that you got to kill them because you're angry, go heal your shit. Exactly. Jennifer Osika and Thor don't live in the same place, but they know. When you have enough experience being around dogs, they will pick up your mood. So I know, like if I'm upset, Charlie will go and try to protect me. He'll try to make me laugh. He'll try to do this. I have seen other animals when I'm with people. They will stop what they're doing, run over to their owner in front of me and when we're having a one-on-one, and it's like, mama, 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 or daddy, daddy, daddy. And they're like, okay. And then when they feel the heart rhythm of those, the mommy and daddy feeling better, they're like, okay. Then there's some dogs or animals or cats that will just get really skittish because they don't know what to do with the energy of the person because people don't know how to self-regulate. This is why when Thor's thing is that we need to do pup tapping. We need to help. But with a mentality, the mindset is why do we have to kill things just because we have the issue? They're going to hurt. They're going to hurt. You come up with, and if you're in ego, you're going to come up with everything that's illogical for backing your reason to self-justify. That's what the court does. That's what people do. You're taking a life. You're taking a life. If you can't self-regulate and you can't see your part that you played in it, then go give the dog to somebody else that would love them. Find a match. But killing them should never be an option. Okay, I'm going to help you help them. I'm going to give you something for yourself, but if she will go that extra step, which I don't know if she's into it, I will give you something for her to calm down. Now, when it comes to the dog, if you can get close to the dog, you're going to need to use a magnet and imagine that these are her front paws and even the back paws if you're so certain. But around their little ankles, okay, take the magnet. So you can do both sides of the magnet, see? So both sides. And I want you to go all the way around the paw, okay? So you're going to just make sure that you go all the way around the paw, both paws. Then you're going to come over and you're going to start, because they're so tiny, your fingers can hit a lot of them. You start massaging. Push in and massage. Push in and massage. Go all the way around. You can do two sides at once, but do both paws. If you feel like you want to do the back, you do the back too, but do the front paws for sure. Then I want you to take your magnet and I want you to say, I put the spirit of this dog back into the body where it belongs. I put the spirit of this dog back into the body where it belongs. Help that pup get connected to his source, okay? You can even hold the little pup's head and you can go, okay, if you see like the dog's scared, bring the blood back up to in front of the frontal lobe for this pup, for this animal, okay? 10-15 minutes if they allow it. If you feel you can't, you can proxy. Touch the dog. Work on yourself. Be the dog. You need to, this will help both you and the dog's energies to become more in sync. Instead of out of sync, it can come into a rhythm. Okay? Now, for you, because you've had to see it, witness it, and be around it, and then feel the energy of the person that, oh my God, this has happened, and all of this. Now, for your part, I want you to hold, oh my God, this vulnerability, the feeling of feeling vulnerable. That, oh my God, the feeling of vulnerable. Because you didn't just take on yours, you took on the dog, and you took on your wife, I think you said. So, it is vulnerability. And we get influenced by vulnerability to just knee-jerk of reaction. So you're going to take and you're going to go left wrist, first position, soft. And notice how your emotions and everything go there. And oh my God, measure that. Stay there. 10-15 minutes if it comes down. And let's say it's a 7. You're doing it. You're healing it. You're doing it. Go back into, finish it up to 0. Okay? Now, when it comes to the dog, I want you to make sure you break the connection with the dog. And I'm assuming you'll talk to Thor. But you can go to my website, Medicine Woman Soultion. That's SOULTION.weebly, WEBLY.com. You will see free healing tools. Okay? Look for peanut butter. Now, you can even do figure 8s on the dog, figure 8s on the dog, figure 8s on the dog, and that will help with the small little fairy flow energies inside the cells. Kind of turns it. Now, for your wife. If she's willing to, oh my God, because it is a shock. It is a shock to the nerves, it's a shock to the system. It is like the thing that you love is like, what just happened? Okay, wonderful. Okay. Then you can take the right wrist, third position deep, because she's going into self-preservation. And a person that goes into self-preservation at the same time they're checking out, meaning their 5% of their love space is checking out, and the rest of them is going into the fear of self-preservation, there are going to be things that are going to be said and done in that state of mind that is in a very scared, I no longer feel safe, I no longer feel love, I no longer, and this is where right wrist, third position, place your thumb nice and deep. And then finger in the palm. Break the letter C. And then sit there. Feel it. Allow yourself to have these feelings, to have these emotions, to have these thoughts. Okay? So the question then is, once you get the brain to calm down and get into that space, then reevaluate. Instead of the knee-jerk reaction, adorable, instead of to kill and destroy, how about okay, maybe we need to heal the pain that we can't really be here. But maybe this dog could be happy somewhere else. But don't, if you don't want to give up on them, then continue to work with what emotions is this dog feeling. When that dog bit, I will tell you that it was like, it felt the territorial lack of power exchange. Okay? There is something in this pup's thought pattern. Okay? Because, like for instance, Thor could be working with this pup and she can be holding L2D because it has to hide behind its mask, and that is to protect, because the lack of power that maybe she was feeling, and when it feels somebody else, their owner, feel the lack of power, they will feel very vulnerable and they have to protect themselves. Okay, she could even be exactly mirroring that the wife was feeling the lack of power, and there was something else that the wife wanted she couldn't get, and so then it becomes this storm. Becomes the storm. Okay. Now, let's see. I've done. Now, Morgan wrote, and then I see other people have asked a question. I wanted to thank you for the help. I love the birds. You're welcome, Katie. She says, unlocked all my chakras at a good spot in my healing journey. Wanted to say hi. Hi, Katie. How are you? And that is good. Thank you for that. Robin said, I had a shit timid panic attack the other night. Oh, no. And it was a little. Not surprised with these energies. Goodness gracious, these energies are crazy. And I see Nicole Johnson said that she has joined Tribal again. That's awesome. When I am done, I will go over and say I'd like to join the Tribal, and then once the payment and I see that it comes through, I will let you in, and then I'll send you the. So I got to hook you up to the messenger so that we can go that route too. So Thor says, yes, thank you so much. R3D, just to keep the family together, anything for the baby. Yep, we already did that one. Victor says, thank you. I'm definitely working these with both my wife and my pup. Oh, good. I don't want to take her life. You don't have to. I could get bitten 100 times and I'd forgive her. Yes, because that's your baby. It's like when your kids are... He's my kid. He almost bit my finger off. I was mad, but I went and healed myself. I come back and I had to understand the bird world. And the bird world was that he's in love with Sky and I invaded his space. It could have been intimate season. Bad mommy, wrong timing. But we don't have to build this hate or this being scared. Okay? We just, you know what I mean? It's, there's a different way to be. There's a different way that you can be, and it's important that once you change your mindset and heal your mindset, you got to know when you are in ego mindset or you're in that spiritual space. Okay, Morgan, did you say I gotta go find it? Thank you for waiting, sweetheart. I appreciate you waiting, Miss Morgan. So I think I discovered a part of myself recently, and I'm working if there's anything I can do to find my forever person. Ooh, okay. You mentioned being awkward. Made me remind me that I definitely awkward. Oh, come on, see more in relationships. Okay, okay. So your engagement of social interactions. Okay. So you want to find your forever, and I said, are you getting closer? Yeah, you're ready to start bringing it in, but it's how you feel towards yourself. Okay. So when it comes to relationships, it is so important to fall in love with yourself, to understand I'll say my computer or my YouTube just about shut down. Well, if you haven't gone over to YouTube, hit Woman Soultion and help me get that up, get the likes up. I need to get 1,000 followers and all that good stuff, and go from there and do those next adventures. Now, I got to go back to what I was saying. Morgan. Okay, so Morgan, I just want to make sure you're here. Spirit told me to wait until I see Morgan say hi, so I know that she didn't, just in case she had to step away. Hi, Sophia. I've been thinking about spaceships. Anyways, there she is. Morgan. Okay, there's Morgan. All right, Morgan. All right. So within yourself, you're discovering about emotions. I scared myself again. Thank you. My husband, sweet loving, giving me, I think it looks like tangerine. Yes, nice and cold. It's not too bad. It's in the 90s today. Okay. I had to take that quick feel. I could feel this inside the heart, but I also could feel it in my gut. So that means my nerves are saying that I have this impending feeling. It's not a anticipating of joy, but it is the anticipating of an impending feeling that you feel timid or shy. And you all of a sudden go into a headlight thing, and there's this indifference of feelings. I don't know how to connect. I literally, it's just the way, this is what I call the symptom. And we go into the symptom and we can't help ourselves. So what we need to do is understand that for you, your heart was crushed around 4 years old, and you kind of shut down this particular part to feel. And the symptom of, I'm shy, I can't, I don't know what you're talking about. And it's I literally see there's not a connection that needs to be. So do we go look at brains, we look at the heart, what we need to look at is this symptom. So what you attract in over and over since this little age of you is that you seem to get people that are jealous of you. Do you know what that means? Do you know why anybody would be jealous, or what jealousy would look like from people? I'm feeling that somebody feels deprived and you got their share. I feel that my whole body, you could feel them and you didn't know what to do with it, so then the body became like nervous and panicked and shy and pulled away. So what you need to do is begin to notice that I do see and recognize timid and shyness, and I do feel that symptom that comes over me where I don't know if I'm feeling. And that means I just want you to connect into those feelings. Well, I feel like it's not necessarily the body shape now, but in the past it was all about you got something they didn't. It could be in the body shape as you grew, but there's always this jealousy that you get. Okay, so in my family dynamics, I was the youngest for the longest time, and so when you have poverty within the house, it'll look like the youngest, because it needs diapers, it needs a bottle, it needs this, that the other kids would probably start to feel, well, why does she get it all? Why, because you're going through those stages. All children do this to some degree. And then as I started to grow, I don't look like my family as far as the height and the build. I'm very tall and I'm very busty, and I have an hourglass shape. I used to have. Okay. And so I would always feel very shy, very let down by them not loving me. And so I'm going to say, if you can relate to what I just said, how you know how they feel and you feel let down by it, I want you to start doing left wrist first position deep. And then when you feel like you can't connect and you're like, I can't, there's a heart wall. So just kind of notice the symptoms that you can't connect. Left wrist first position deep. So L1D is going to be for those particular things. I was also wanting to know if if I should be looking for someone online or somewhere else. Not sure if I'm looking in the right place. Okay, so don't expect results. You got to first put out the vibe. My vibe was that I was ready. I told the universe I'm ready. I put out in my heart space, I'm ready. Not in a desperation of yearning or longing. It was, I'm ready. And I didn't have to ever go looking. Spirit had always seemed to line them up. Bang, bang, bang. I found him on the internet, and I didn't. He found me. But I was always becoming more ready. Every stage I hit was like, I'm ready. I found one walking out through going to the pizza place. I found another person to date by a car dealership. I was out in the middle of Timbuktu working in a plumbing place, and somebody walked in, and it was just this, you'll feel it. But you got to be ready. But you have to open up that heart. So the signal from your heart, instead of having the heart orb being in close, it needs to feel safe that it can go out. And when you start putting out the right vibes, you start attracting in the healthy alignments. Okay? So putting yourself out there in that statement is, okay, thank you, Spirit. I'm putting myself out there. Thank you, Spirit. I'm going to learn what it feels like to connect with somebody. But don't cling to anybody. Just allow yourself to go to the next stage. And the Spirit will line it up. Because I used to be extremely shy. Now it's like, no, I put my heart out there in such a unique way that I love myself. And when I got divorced, I didn't tell anybody. I tell you how many people got upset with me when I turned around and you got married? I didn't even know you got divorced. And I'm like, you didn't give us an opportunity. And I'm like, I had no idea anybody else was interested in me. I did not have a clue. Yeah, I had 5 guys going, what? I'm like, I didn't even know they existed. But they were waiting for that opening. Spirit lined me up with Ellen. So there it is. There it is. Okay. Let me just make sure that, what do we got? Oh, my thing closed. Okay. We have used all the PIFs, and I don't remember which one I was on last. I think it's this one. Yeah, that's the one. So April Lynn, TP is the only one. Has she come in? I don't think we've seen that. And then we have Amy. I'm going to look just to make sure nobody else is paid, and we'll see. Where are we at? Where are we at? So what is tribal? Tribal is a soup. Oh my God. Crossing words. A soul coaching, group soul coaching. So we all work on a particular topic, and I know it's funny, Charlie. And as we work on this particular topic, then we heal. We don't just get information. It's kind of like it's kind of like what lack for the better words, I can't seem to get it out. All of a sudden my brain is now paying attention to something else. Okay. Yes. So, I didn't even realize that you have a different last name, Nicole Johnson. But yes, I have see it, and we will put you. Excited to get you back into the tribal. That'd be awesome. Let's see. I want to make sure I did that. Oh, there we go. Oh, I'm so glad to hear that. Super. Thank you. That's funny. Can I have a reason why Sarge has a hot spot? Tribal is awesome to learn. Healing all your irks. Yes. Yes. I am so happy to hear that. Okay, so a hot spot. Well, it sounds like the body chemistry is off just a little. So if you weren't here in the beginning of my show, You may not have heard me talk about how the spine and the nerves are very super important to how the rest of the body functions. If I said to you, okay, I said, okay, so Serge has a hot spot. Yes. And he said, and they're saying on the outside, meaning out here, the energy in that space gets very hysterical. So his body, in response, creates hot spots. We do have incredible soup of people. That's funny. And as he just picks up the energy field, and 1111 is in 9494. Oh, I'm supposed to pay attention to all these things? Okay. And in 19. It's a lot of numbers all of a sudden. He gets overwhelmed, and the body creates these particular hot spots because the nervous system is there. So if I said, if we were to, and I really wish I would have brought my little, oh, what do you know? I have brought my chart. Where would we pup tap? And it is around T5, because the liver that's supposed to help break down waste and clean the blood and do all of this, it's holding a very much a pattern of hysterical. So if you were to take the pup, so I don't have a pup body, but we're just imagine that this is the spine of the pup. I'm just going to imagine the spine of the pup. Find T5. And all you have to do, because you're with him, is to intellectualize how he sees. It's the negativity. It's the irrational energy. So you're going to tap that. Now you're going to breathe in and out. Now you're going to go up the spine and then down the spine as you breathe in and out. But you're going to have the intention of breath, tapping, and it's about irrational, I didn't say that word, hysterical energy. Hysterical energy. The body. Now to test this would be to, if you were to take a acupuncture chart of an animal and see where the liver is located on the side or the underbelly of the dog, usually it's the right side, where their organs are located, you could take, and if you knew how to muscle test, then you could touch the organ and then test, and it'd be like weak. Like right now I'm picking it up, it is falls under that. So you could even then massage the alarm test point and massage that, but because it is T5, you can then tap that as you're breathing in and out, saying hysterical. You could even go back and touch that, and if it's strong, that means you have moved the vibrational frequency that was sitting there about that issue. Make sense? Yes, he has really crazy dog because they went back to feeling him grains again. Okay. And the body is like saying, okay, so why is it that we become allergic to it, or why is it? So body necessarily doesn't always mean that it's allergic to it. It is about these sensations that says I can no longer have a healthy metabolism. Okay, as your liver's about metabolism. I don't have that, what is required to break down the food. So it's not necessarily always about the food as much as it's about the energy and the frequencies that's held in the body that now takes and greets this food, and it doesn't have the capabilities on this end, therefore it will create a disharmony. Oh, well, infrared is always good. So you just helped him. Okay, so if you were to measure hot spot, okay, I see an 8. So in this case, if I'm looking, it is defined. Now, you have to understand hot spots may not just be the organ. So this means the energy of hysterical can invade and get locked into other organs to complete the story. So then I would look again and I would say, where is this? And they said the stomach. So now if I were to test the stomach area, he would go weak. So then you would then go into tapping the spine once again, up and down, breathing with the intention of saying hysterical in the stomach. There is a very specific point. I'm looking, but I'm not seeing it. It's T6, so it's just below T5, but going up and down, breathing in and out. Oh, yay! Sophia's coming in. And she's got too many fists. Excellent, excellent. So it's a pattern. This is why I said you're going to have to take my course. And you have to go through all the alarm points to find at each time and see if it is done. Is there any other point? And I'm getting yes. Then it's the gallbladder, and you're then going to make sure that you're touching T4. And so again, breathing up and down, doing the same pattern. Why do we do that, and why doesn't it take care of it all at once? Is because it doesn't allow intention is in following it, and following the chase can make a great big you like that. That's Charlie. Angel bird. Oh yeah. But anyway, just keep looking at this. You can even just say hot spot, hot spot, hot spot, and then do this. But you got to remember, you're changing. Even if you're changing him, you need to change yourself, but you need to change your energy. So you may have to go around and take some Paul Santos or sage or your Baba wand and clean up the area, because we leave a plasma energy behind that kids and people still follow. So like if you had a fight in the kitchen and you left, somebody comes in, they go, oh, this feels gross. It's because the plasma of these energy fields are still quite strong. Okay. All right. So however that is, my friend, it has a lot to do with changing these programs and these filters to help you get more strength to what it is and your purpose is. Okay. And hello, Kelly Dix. You're new from Newfoundland. Hi, I'm from Michigan, but living in Australia. We have somebody that's going to be coming live in a few minutes. So be ready, Miss Sophia. And she gave 2 live. And Osika for, what did you pay for, Osika? Osika sent money. What did Osika send money for? Oh, thank you, sweetheart. Okay, so I'm not sure what Osika sent money for, but we'll find out. Now, if you want to join Tribe, you can do once a week. That's $15, or you can join for $36 for 4 weeks, and sometimes we have 5, depending on the way things fall. Okay, getting the link. Oh, I see what the problem is. I got to move this, but I can't have that in the way of that. Hi, it says here, would love a reading. Absolutely. Okay, you just paid. So let me take care of Sophia, and you want a reading. So you paid for, you don't want a live reading. You want me to just do a reading through this. I need to find out how you want it. And now I'm going to go, oops, Sophia, there she is. Okay, so I'm going to send her the link, because you can come live, or you can have, because of the amount that you paid for. Please tell me that went. Oh no, now my thing is hitting, and I got all these things that are opening up. That's not correct. Let's see. I can't see to even see if she's coming in. So hold on here. All right, I'm gonna have to take this down and move this over here. I need to correct all of the screens that have jumped up at me. Got like 1,000 screens that all of a sudden appeared. Ah, there you go. I think I sent it to her. Okay, no. All right, so yeah, as soon as I'm done with Sophia, and if you have something specific you would like me to address, then just go ahead and say so. Otherwise, Spirit will come up with whatever you need. Whew, it's going up to 94. Starting to feel a little warm, so I'm glad that my husband was able to bring me something to drink. Yesterday I could not get enough water for nothing. I was like, why? I kept drinking tons of things. I couldn't get around water, so I had to go find, if I found something cold and wet. And then I got home, I said, oh my God, I think I drank so much liquid yesterday, but it was just like, wow. Ooh, I think we may have been a starship. Ooh, I don't know. One more button. There you go. Oh, yeah, talk. Is it working? Okay, no, it might be my end. I forgot to test that. There's always all these 1,000 things I'm supposed to test. And I realized I forgot to test. Now it should work. Yes, okay, it's very small though. I gotta figure out what I did wrong. That's in. That's in. I can barely hear you. Maybe I need to turn it up. Oh, turn it on. Hear me now? Yeah, I gotta turn it on. Oh my God, I must have shut that off and don't remember last time. Yay, it's working. Okay, okay. Are we gonna go for a ride? Oh no, okay, okay, yes, okay, yes. Okay, okay, because I'm like, I think I need a fix.
Yes. Yes.
It's so bizarre. Okay, your voice, you need your microphone a little closer. All of a sudden I lost you.
Can you hear me now?
Gotcha. Thank you, thank you. Yes.
I hate this microphone.
Oh. Thank you, Spirit,
listen.
for a good microphone for her. But anyway, okay, let's go.
I don't even know where to start, but they had me draw something. But I drew this sometime. I had a dream a few days ago where my daughter, like I fell asleep on my kids. I was so tired. And
not on them,
I was
just you fell asleep.
Yeah, and I woke up and she was sitting beside me and she was recording me because obviously I must have been speaking. And she woke me up and she said, Mom, I need you to tell me what happened. So I told her. I'll tell you part. The part was I was walking with a bunch of my team, and we were walking up this hill. When we got up to the hill, I walked into this door. It was my father's place. My father's died in 2007, but my father's one of my gatekeepers. So I walked in, and then my mom is there, and I'm confused. You know, what's my mom doing there? And she turns around, she looks at me, she looks at my dad. She says, I don't know how you do it, but you're in two places at one time, all the time. And that's when I woke up.
Okay, so I got several different reasons and things like this, but I had to pay attention. So I looked over here, and so there's this poaching going. I said, what does that have to do with this? And remember, so yes, am I near the ship? I'm on a time, I don't know how to explain this, but I'm in a dream state time. But I'm in another simulation room. That's all I can tell you at this point. So I didn't quite get to where I thought I was going, but this is where they want me to be. So I'm okay. Now, I was supposed to look at that, and I'm like, the key part was that they said they're psychic. Okay. Okay. Now, see, I blocked him, and then now it says that somebody else blocked him. I thought, okay, once it's blocked, how do they get to be blocked in? So there's like timelines. Now I'm looking at timelines. So if you understand from the masters, those that own, those that go into understanding that they are not physical form, that they are thought, and consciousness is everywhere, you can bilocate with your consciousness. Travel wherever you want and create another body. Whether it is real or assimilation, but your consciousness can be in several places at once. Okay? Now, what with you was, okay, so you had the dream. Give me one word about your father. Oh, show me what you got. Let's see. That might give me more insight.
Oh, I don't know if
Oh,
you can
yeah. We are so going there. That's kind of like where I feel I'm already at. Oh, and look at the code up there. Okay. That's the combination to get into that thing. Just to let you know. For consciousness, when you take the cells and in Storyland, it is Captain Kirk, beam me up, Scotty type thing. Okay, how does one dematerialize and materialize, and how does one go through a wormhole? How do you stay intact without coming back in the other end where your foot is now your nose and your nose is on your ass and you're like, how can I? Okay, so it is called morphogenic fields.
see.
Okay.
Why? Yeah.
No, I want to hear this one.
I'm sorry. I'm giggling. I don't know what happens. There's something that happens with my energy when I drift off. It's like I'm just a bubble of giggles. But they have me holding something that I wrote,
Oh.
and it's something I drew. Okay,
Okay.
where it had to be the spiral, but then it went into the form of an ankh, but then also the DNA.
Right.
Right.
Yeah.
It started swirling, and then they had me write. We're talking science, matter.
Mm-hmm.
But they had me write mother equals matter.
Okay.
Then they had me put womb equals void creator. So I'm like, oh,
Well,
it's
you
a
know
lot.
we're spiritual gateway. This physical form is a spiritual gateway. So when it comes to the idea of your father, give me
Yes.
one word that would describe him. Okay, in the sense of when you had it in the dream. Was he good? Was he bad? Was he indifferent? Was he a bully? Was he smart? Was he, you know what I mean? Do your best to know how you know that, oh, that was my father because.
Because he was laughing. Because my dad was a joker. He always loved to joke with me. He was the one that kept me awake to quantum physics and my spiritual self. And he is, when I think of my dad, I think of my, I gotta say this right here. Like my soul and his soul are one and the same.
Okay.
It's like he's been with me in every single lifetime.
Yeah.
That
Yep.
I know. So I'm like, oh my God, something's going on.
Okay, well, let me explain this while you say something's going on. The way that we see with our eyes in a physical form with cones and rods, but if you allow yourself to understand consciousness, they are going to be in different positions. They are daughter and father in this one, but because they travel, consciousness can take whatever gender and whatever playground into whatever thing to be able to understand the yin and yang coming into form. That means whatever is this wave of possibilities is going to come to be a particle. Now, he came up as joy. Joy is that part of your heart. You're hardwired for joy, okay? But we believe that we have to do suffering and that's just an option, but we believe we have to do suffering. So what happens is we get stuck on traumas and dramas instead of looking at the wows and the pows, whispering opportunities of spirit, potential opportunities of spirit. So as we look at this, we step into a stage that it is, I can only use my 3D world and my ego brain, but you're starting to go and get those perspectives that says, that's not true. That's not true.
Right.
And so your kaleidoscope is getting the opposites as well as other information. So these perspectives are starting to gain being present. Some of them are there without wisdom, meaning you have to go and experience it to get the wisdom. Some of them are there by wisdom because you traveled enough that you graduated so that when you do it here, you can get there faster. So it's starting to fill in. Now that you're stepping into more of your true potential as Sophia or Linda, however you choose to do it, you're choosing to do this, the power of choice. The heart wants to go along now. So this new God view, spirit view that's here is all about supporting the love space with the heart even more so than it did before. Okay?
Right.
So you're able to look and remember different perspectives and be in different places and different times. And now you're starting to choose, as Linda, the age you are now in this fixed state. Oh, it's like reading a book. I can see the wisdoms now. And it's all going to start to go click, 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 click. Like what, if you watch the beginning of the show, I was telling you, holy crap, the declarations of what I asked Spirit for years ago. Now all of a sudden I can take everything off the shelf and it's just made this massive puzzle that is just, I understand. I get it. Oh my goodness. Wow. Amazing. It's not overwhelming. I want to stop and I want to push. No, this was embodiment. It was like, whoa, I got to find the words for translation. And that's what you're meant to do with the sector or the people that you're allotted to help in this world. You are finding not only that the foundation is appearing more solid, but you're starting to get words that sounded cuckoo that don't now. Do you understand?
Right.
It's like my whole job was to take the woo-woo out of energy work, the woo-woo out of psychic work, the woo-woo. I know that sounds like how nasty of me to take away all of it. I'm not. The enlightenment is to shift that states of mindsets so that we don't have to keep playing in the gates of hell. We are ready to stay in the heavens of love. And that's what you get here in these states of mind. You're supposed to just be happy and be in the wow, okay? Amanda Lawrence has learned that the communication skill and the definition of a filing cabinet is that information will be downloaded, and then when she hears knocks in real, sounds like real life, she knows she's meant to remember it, and then immediately start to write down, taking all of these notes without judgment, but with great discernment.
Right.
And that's where you're at, because you're building this new filing cabinet. You're taking stuff that history talks about, so you can say, I got proof, or I've got this. So you're connecting. For me, it's that religion and spirit, or spirituality and science. I'm kind of mixing together so that it creates a different story. I know I talk about spirituality and daily living. A lot of people will talk, but they won't talk about the spiritual. And you are meant to start bringing in the things that we have to remember. We've already forgotten, but we're going to remember them. And these are the different levels that we are all responsible for these level of consciousness. The laughter is to remember to open that heart. It is to feel that heart.
Yeah.
And always, regardless, this is going to help you hold the cup of peace with the heart while chaos happens around you. Okay, but the transformation of information is going to be through the wormhole. People think, oh, beginning and end, and how long is that wormhole? Well, what if it's just like this, and it's like a black spot, like when you watch the cartoons and you threw a black spot, and all of a sudden you fall through and you come out the other side real quick. Why do we have to judge it and put correct? Why we need to use discernment. Okay, and that's what you're doing.
I think it was, sorry.
Yeah.
I think a huge lesson in this for me was my mom and my dad were in the same place, and they separated when I was 4 or 5.
Okay.
And it was traumatic. There was a lot that went on, and the fact that they were in the same room laughing,
yin and yang,
showed me that beyond the trauma and the chaos that ensued in this lifetime, I felt like at that time when I was standing there that it started to clear.
Yes.
And that
Yes.
I didn't have to hold on to their stuff.
Yes, very good, very good. That's why, yes, yes, because see, they are the representation of yin and yang. They are real to you, but it is also how different perspectives were meant to see where we invested and become restricted. When you realize you
Right.
didn't have to take on the influence or the responsibilities to help them self-regulate, um, you weren't the one that was supposed to be responsible for it. Okay, now I'm looking over here and I'm feeling that. At the same time, I'm feeling that the one thing that's ready to go is grudges. It's like part of your
Yeah.
history is that you're supposed to hold grudges. That's what we're supposed to do, and you are waking up to going, no, we don't. It's the same thing when I say, well, why are we still taking death and being shocked by it? Why?
Right.
Why do we
Right.
know that there's going to be trauma and drama, but it's how you respond to it. It's the story we tell ourselves. And I feel like you're like, no, you can, but I don't think we're supposed to. And so when you
Yep.
look at how people held grudges, because remember, the first 7 to 12 years is we are downloading and practicing, and how they held grudges and how you know about grudges. Is it true you have
Right.
to? And
No.
right,
No.
transforming those programs, and again, that you doing that allows your ego to do what it needs to do, but you're getting deeper. This is the way you can hear the hum of the ship. This is the way that you know that you can be here and there at the same time. It's like I know consciously I'm not physically I can look in the camera and I know I'm here.
Right.
Consciously, I know I'm on a very particular level that I'm staring at.
Right.
But at the same time, the way that my immune system and my cells function, I'm looking at everything. So I can see the 400 billion bits of information. And it's up to me how I want to take that 2,000 bits and transform them through my filters. But at the same time, I don't have to lose power or be influenced.
Exactly. Yeah.
So you're going, oh, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I'm going to get that. I'm going to erase that. I don't have to react that way. Calling yourself back in the moment you're doing it, you're like, wait a minute. I don't have to do that. There's a realization that's happening as you're actualizing the embodiment of your walk and your talk.
Right.
Yes.
And it's a calming nature that's very foreign to me, but it's such a good feeling in my system that I don't want it to stop. And I'm there's nothing that's going to stop me from feeling that anymore,
Good.
including myself.
Yeah. Your brain now has got this habit, and it's in the morphogenic field and inside of the vending machine that I don't need to do this. I watched everybody else go into chaos, and I'm like, am I not real? I mean, I had to question myself. And it's like, I am sitting in my cup of peace. So I even allowed myself to get into this energy field of negativity. And all I could do was stand back as my spirit self going, remember when you were da 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 and you said, oh my God, this is insanity and I don't want to do it again? You didn't separate, you didn't disassociate, you transformed. Your integration process is, do you need to do this? My nerves were, this was like a big ass test. And I thought, did I fail? And it was like, no, it's other people's truths, but at the same time, it's our filters. Is it to wake up for me to take this next step is to, why did I have a knee jerk response to them? It's not that I couldn't self regulate, it was, I believed it. And when I realized I don't have to, I took accountability and just said, no. Now you have people over here, bravo, Linda. You have support going on. So you sound like you got to get through these last 3 days, especially this last day is like the third day, unscathed from.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
You're stepping into that new timeline. But I said, is there anything we can help Linda with so that she can they said that you did pass a lot of stuff and you did take the download where other people were like, but at the same time, they said, okay, now help for the integration, they said, um, start differentiating when the body versus the mental and emotion says that I'm supposed to be helpless. These are going to be looking at the blueprints of how your mother and their parents and everybody else out through the genetic line, through the bloodline, that says you're supposed to be helpless. Now you're ready to transform it inside yourself, but on the collective level, you're choosing not to participate anymore. So that means you're going to probably have to look at what is help or helplessness. How do you help? The different sides. So energy, this is why the swirl you have on your thing there, is that the energy is going to come at you from every direction. But if you sit in your cup of peace, giggle away, you're going to be able to see what you need to see. And they said they want you to now take it out of your large intestine. So R1S. Okay, R1S. Yeah.
Okay, now I understand. Before, oh my God. Before I let you go, the one thing that I was guided to do, and I'm in the process, I'm going to call this week to make an appointment. They want me to clean out my intestines, and I'm going for a hydrotherapy cleanse.
Yeah, I haven't done it yet, but you let me know how it works, and then gives me confidence, and I feel like I'm supposed to do that too. Right now, I'm using different things like a natural colon cleanse to break the solid to water. Oh, good. And putting more fiber, so I have different forms of fiber that I'm adding to without getting it from the poisons of so-called stuff we're supposed to eat. This is extracted intentionally. So yes,
and the black walnut and the pumpkin seed.
Yep.
Oils and all that stuff too. Yes, I will let you know. I'm excited. I'm scared, but it's something that I know that a lot of people are going to have to do.
Oh, I think so too, because the gut, you've heard about the gut and the microbiome, but this is like really got to let go of these old energies that's locked into the matter called feces that gets dried up and stuck inside the pockets of the colon or the intestines of small and large. But it's just like the stuff's not moving. Now, they also can dictate, because it holds energy. And the microbiome itself, with the bacterias and everything else that's in your gut, can control your mind.
Right.
Talk about an alien invasion.
Yeah.
All right.
Got to get rid of all the energetic parasites.
Exactly. I love you, and they're beaming me back down. I don't know where I was. This is definitely a different room. So I love this. And you can find, because you had given permission before, hopefully you're still giving me permission. We're called the Galactic Gales, and I think it's the most important thing that people understand, that it doesn't have to be scary. It doesn't have to be anything other than consciousness of understanding. So I was like, I haven't been on the ship in a while. I haven't done this in a while. I'm getting used to it. I'm not as jerky. So, anyways, good. Keep going. I love you. Keep going, and we'll talk to you real soon. Okay, hon? All right, bye. I love it when we can communicate in that fashion. Okay, so now let's just move over to Jennifer Osika. Was there anything particular that you wanted to talk about? It is definitely Monday here, Sunday for you, unless you're getting past midnight. Miss Osika, you've got some interesting things to work with. Hi, Sherry. How are you? Miss Osika. How's Luke? That's what I was going to ask the other day when the weekend just was like a blur. I thought of Luke. How is Luke? That's what I wanted to know from Osika, and so if she's ready. You're good. Excellent. Well, while we, how do I get to the things? We do have 2 PIFs Linda has, and so her name goes in the drawing as well as she's paid, so she gets her name in the expedites. Sherry, if you're looking for a reading. I have one of those. Where is my... No. No, that's definitely not it. That's... Is that it? Oh, yeah, there it is. $122. So she's okay. So I gotta wait for her to appear. Have to wait for her to appear. I just got. Oh, maybe it's on this one. Maybe she jumped back over here. No, we're gonna wait and find her. Find her. The cup of peace. What's weird is my test is to find out. Oh, there you are. No, whatever you want. Okay. And how was Luke? So I'm just curious. That came to my mind yesterday, I think it was, and the day before. The cup of peace. I'm glad I've got this heart math, heart brain coherence thing, and I would love to see how it. Oh, hi, Charlie. I'd love to see how it. Who are you talking to? Is it Dead here? He hasn't done it yet. Luke is great. He came to me last night. Excellent. Okay. All right. Oh, I forgot what I was saying. Okay. What's weird is I'm hearing mirror, mirror on the wall. So now I'm really in the ego state. It says mirror, mirror on the wall. And who's going to take offense most of all? And I'm looking and I'm feeling and I see the filters. There's a particular filter. And I feel like this maybe has to do, they're pointing to blood. So I'm assuming this has to do with family. He has a younger kitten. Excellent, excellent. So what I'm feeling here and why they're telling me this is that there's a lot of suppressed, a lot of jealousy, a lot of suppressed. And as you move into the new part of who you are, some stuff that has not been processed out is coming to the surface. Excellent, Jennifer. Excellent. Okay, so I feel like this is a family issue. If I were to use not the emotion, but the idea, so if we're looking at the family issue, so do you have a family issue? I'm assuming sisters, because that's what you have. I asked the brother, it's more or less the sisters. We're looking at very much a particular age, around 4 years old, and it has a lot to do with sharing. So as you get older, it's a different state of being, and where are we going? Energetically, I'm over in this field over here. So I have to look at this. So the sensations, gotcha. It's interesting, you have an orb here. So I feel like this is your dad that's here. And I feel like Chance is here. I don't know why they're in an orb, but they have just floated over here. And there is this energy of that's sitting. I'm just going to look, okay? It's in the kidney. So the sensation of life, not necessarily the emotion, but it is in the kidney. I said both. They said the right kidney the most. And they said if she were to, let's find a particular emotion. Okay, your family's not speaking on you. Okay. So I'm looking at how the triple warmer is going off. And it's like I have to shut down because I emotionally don't want to be present. And I asked if that's what, they said that instead of giving, they want me to help you do something directly. Oh, okay. So can you tell me about the kidney? They said, yes, accused. So I got to remember that word accused. If anybody, if I have to remember, somebody just tell me, the key word is accused. It's not the one that starts with a P, it's the other one. And there's this accused, and there's a lot of energy of accused. So now what's happening is they're saying that the magnetic flow in the body is off and you need to use your magnet. Are you willing to do a healing session with me real quick? Because we need to do that. To get to the physical thing with the kidney, which we need to use a door jam with, we need to do this first. So it's SP first. Okay, so the source point first. And they want me to have you do both sides. Use a magnet on the stomach. Um, that means use your hand, that palm or the back, to use as a magnet, or actually get a magnet. And I'm going to use this camera over here because that's where she's at. So if you look, it is how, here's the curve, but it's just right on the curve, right on top of the foot, right on top of the foot. They want you to use the magnet. And they want you to do left side first, then the right. As you begin to do that, 12 times, 24 on each side, if you're using your hand. Otherwise, a quick magnet, you can go quicker. Then you're going to deeply penetrate and rub 30 times. So do left side first, then the right, because the body needs to let this go. It's in the stomach, so you can't be grounded. It's like you have to be ungrounded every time. And we want to bring that in so you don't have to be. Oh, Nicole's here. Excellent. What do we got? Okay, so it's chat with Nicole. And then Joy Joy is, okay, so she wants a 6 and a pip. 6 and a pip. Okay, gotcha. Let me actually get the right paper while I'm waiting for her. When you're done with it, you need to say done, and then I will give you the next part of your thing, Miss Jennifer Osika. So let me just put down Nicole, or Nikki, Nikki. And then we got Joy Joy right here is Joy Joy. And then we have up another piff. All right, so Sherry, did you say yes? Sure. So Sherry, you will get one of those piffs, and then we'll go from there. Whatever Spirit wants. Okay. Why doesn't this stay up? I would like to see it last. All visible. Yes. Okay. So when you say done, let me know. Your body right now, and you're wondering if that is your mother's. This is the way your body's responding. It's heavily influenced by how you don't like the abuse you're seeing to your mother, and that's why I think the father's orbs and chances here, because I think they experienced something similar from other people, and anyway, I'll just wait for you to respond. Yeah, I just don't like my haircut. Charlie, how are you? You're kind of frozen. You big boy? You big boy. Okay. I don't know why it won't pop up. Okay, so that does not make sense. I'm asking for it to stay, and it just makes it go away. Okay. They would like you, because now all of a sudden my sinuses seem to be somewhat clear. Yeah, there we go. Just hold on. Hear what I said. Your body, her energy is way off. She's going to influence you, but you have a pattern that says she can influence you, and that's what we're working with. Because you said you wanted to have your kidneys healed at some point too. Well, this is related to why it's happening. Mom is like, gotcha. Okay, well, hold on. It's everything. It's everything. You heard her also talk like that when you were kids too. But we're looking at it through. Okay. Anyways, let's just finish. Do we need? Yes, we do. We need to use the magnet on the right side of. Here you go. You're gonna do it. Go to the chin, the lower lip. Use a magnet here, and then you're gonna rub. This is about being bullied. When you hear, in this case, the accusing, and your mother is that representation. There's an accusing energy. there is the bully energy. It is the way now your body is saying, this is how I feel the energy. This is how I feel the energy. And their way of thinking is not always about right or wrong. Or I want to say, it is about right and wrong. But their way is not always the right way. It's about how they knew how to cope, handle, and deal. Okay? So let's get the body. Let's get this. This is extremely vulnerable. Okay. Okay. So when you hear that accusation, is somebody, okay, when you hear, okay, how do we put this? When my kids wrote me, it was not their voice, it was the voice of somebody else. And you could clearly tell that it wasn't their voice. Does the accusation clearly sound like the words and terminology sound like it's from her? Or was she spouting and agreeing and not realizing? Because as it's being dished to her, she's going to dish it out. But it's what how you're supposed to feel that for these 3 days. That's the energy has all been about the knee-jerk reaction, the inside of the program, the amount of pain. There you go. Now what I want you to do is I want you to hold R3S, because you don't just hear the accusing, you feel the blaming, you feel the knee-jerk reaction to, I gotta self-justify, I gotta protect myself, I have to. So when it comes to the accusing and the blaming, it's going to be R3S, okay? Right wrist, third position, soft. The kidney is saying, all my life, I've had this happen. All my life, I've had this happen. Okay. I'm hearing all my life, which is an always. I feel all my life. So there's an always that the brain must go there. And you got to get to a realization. You got to get to this realization. How do I explain this? My daughter constantly was saying, well, Mom, you're always angry. And I'm out in the kitchen, and I looked at her and I go, honey. She goes, what? And I said, am I angry? No. I says, well, you can't use the word always. And then let's say I'm in there and I'm doing something in another room, and I go, honey. She go, what? And I said, you can't say it's an always. And she'll say, and after a while, she's like, Mom, you made your point. I said, you have to see that I'm not always mad. It's just that when we're talking a certain way. So the little part of you needs to look at how it is come to the conclusion. See if there's anything else with it. Now, you will have to be working on your body with the door jam, meaning you're going to have to re-listen to the beginning of this, and you need to go over to the accusation, and you need to start to repair the body by bouncing your back as close to the spine as possible on both sides against the door jam. It's more on the right that the energy is stuck versus the left side of the spine, more on the right side of the spine. And you're going to have to make sure you get it down to the lower part, just before the lumbar. It's right in there. Okay. So you're going to do all of it. So you're going to start at the top, go down, and go up. But that means you have to breathe in and tap. You know, you can hold your forehead if you choose and say accused. Or you can go left wrist, third position, deep, hold that, and think accused, and intellectualize how it all happens. And Now go to the door jam. Bounce more on the right. I want you to do the left, but bounce more on the right. You're going to breathe in and bounce, especially in that area that's the T10. And then you're going to bounce back up. So you're going to bounce the bottom of your back up, and you're going to breathe out. So in and out, do a couple rounds. Now, if you muscle test, which I don't know if you can do a sway test or whatever, but you touch the kidney point on the right side more, and if you lose power, go back and do it again. Okay? That's what I would tell you. But the body is saying it's done carrying this that it's carried for so long. It is like so done. Done, done, done. Done. Okay? Oh, what did I hit? Okay. Oh, why doesn't that stay up? I know you're talking to me. All right. Hopefully you enjoyed your reading. Go heal. I don't have to tell you, but I'm going to anyway. You're worth it. Go heal. I love you. And I miss you. I miss our movies, and I miss our dinners, and I miss our chats. I miss our healing fun times. But that's okay. That's okay. I still got you in my life. I love it. Alrighty. Now, Miss Nikki, and then we'll go over to Joy Joy. Before I go there, Sherry. I'm going to get Sherry out of the way real quick. Oh, come on. Okay. So, Miss Sherry, and then Nikki. Yeah, so they're just telling me to wait just a moment, so I will. So, Sherry. Oops. Well, can't hang on to things. Energy is making you go, whoops. It's like you can weeble and wobble. Hopefully you're not falling down. But, Sherry, what I'm getting is the muddled. Your feet feel muddled. Your hands feel muddled. There is some type of instability that's going on. And they said it has a lot to do with feeling humiliation. I said humility? No, they said humiliated or humiliation. It's like, do you have people in your space, or you can recognize the energy that has a lot to do with feeling, well, you still write it down anyway. Well, shit. I'm supposed to stall. Love you too. Yeah, she might have left. Okay, no big deal. We'll come back to that. I don't know why Spirit had me go down that road, but that's all right. I don't need to know. Miss Nikki. Dun dun dun! What, you gonna announce that? Is your energy field ready to find a new job? It's quite interesting, because what I'm getting is that there's a certain amount of confidence that is being pertained here. Do you feel confidence? I don't know how to explain it. It's just I'm asking where they have me go, and they're just like you need to stand as Wonder Woman and take it in. It's not out of ego, but out of spirit, that your brain is saying, I accomplished something. Are you aware that you've accomplished something? Yes, I'm confident. Great. They're having me in this space. And there it is. Okay, what they're showing me on this panel over here is you have come so long to not feel like, so when trauma, it's like, oh, happiness. And then trauma's going, oh, but remember, the shoe's going to drop. And then you're like, I'm afraid to touch happiness. But you've now gone to the point, trauma, let me soothe you. I'm going to take this happiness. So that's a good thing. I hear Charlie chomping his bits back there. But it's like somebody looks at your confidence and is actually jealous, and they feel guilt. They want to put guilt. Yes, the back pain, healing myself. Good job, honey. Okay. Have you run across people that like to, okay, they like the negativity. There's something about they don't really care for, it's like some people just cannot watch good stuff on TV. It has to be misery. And some people don't want to be around people that talk in a unique way of joy and peace and harmony. It's like you got a screw loose or something, type thing. There's something there, okay? When you go and you start beaming this new energy field, you know how to soothe trauma and say, trauma, it's okay. You don't have to hold me back. Your fear does not have to be in charge of trying to protect me. We know that doesn't work. It's okay. And I'm looking at a lot of levels. They send this very great confidence. But one of the things is that you're starting to move that, the devil and the angel thing. Everyone would it work, okay. That consciousness, you will get influenced by somebody's energy field that believes that there's a lot of right and wrong, black and white, and there's this consciousness of their fear still controls them, so they have to be very much pedantic in if they got to be a little bit more perfect so that they can't or everything will fall apart. That's not you anymore. Can you see somebody like that? Are you noticing that that's not you anymore? And you're like, that's not me anymore. Because what I'm hearing is that you got to see this because it's in the vending machine still. So you got to see this as it starts to come in. You got to go, I self-regulated. I don't need to do this anymore, but it's sneaky. It's coming in. But it's to help you begin to, if you haven't watched the beginning of the show, I highly suggest it. Why? Because you asked, you had some declarations about happiness and joy and why, other declarations. And I feel like you've been collecting things and putting on the shelf. And it is time that it's starting to show up. And so you can look at this whole puzzle because you realize it's not about the lack of control anymore and that it's all going to spin hell in a handbasket. It's going to lose control. You're like, no, there's nothing to have to control. That is the answer. But the influence of understanding compassion, where when you would feel bullied by people or you were not supposed to have any compassion. You're supposed to look and see compassion of how they go through these details. And once you start to get it, you're going to go, oh. Now, I know you're going to go, oh, so thank you, Spirit. How do you want me to show up? And sometimes it's not to say anything at all or any of that stuff. Does that make sense? Because what I'm looking at is that there's an object. There's a certain object that you were told that in order to be alpha, in order to do this, you had to see everybody as an object and that they're doing this because they're aloof, or they're doing this because they're this, that they're doing this. Those old programs of accusing and being, and you're supposed to despise these people. Okay? These old programs. Even though you're not really them anymore, you're supposed to see the details of why someone, oh good, it makes sense, of why someone would. So what they're saying is that when you start to notice the body wants to be addicted to the behavior, and it has to do a lot with blaming or accusing or any of this, they want me to have you understand that the stomach, we're going to do a lot of this work, I think, tomorrow in Tribal, but you're going to look for a door jamb. And you're going to have to do equal sides, left side of the spine, right side of the spine. And the best part would be that you tap in, it's more, and it's not an emotional thing as much as it's an intellectual strategy of how I have to do things. So you're going to go into right here. This is about the stomach, T6. And this is where I would tell you that you need to tap equally. But because it goes from there to here, I want you to breathe in and out as you are holding the idea that we just talked about, or just the intellectual part of it, go over to the door jamb, and as you're breathing in, that's going to be tapped. And then you're going to breathe out, so you're going to go down and up, and then down and up, do a couple rounds on the spine. Because I also know that because you are a tribal healer, you can go ahead and go this issue and then look for, you can go through the whole alarm system, or you can go directly to the stomach and see if you lose power. If you do, then you go to you can hold your head, or you don't have to. They said if you want to do L3D to get the extra kick of emotion and intellect, is hold L3D and then go over to the door jamb and just bounce away several rounds on each side, breathing in and out, and then go back and test the stomach alarm and see if it's gone. Now, if you're a tribal healer, you know to go start, do the 3-point system, and if the third one goes down, go back and find out where the other one is and keep doing it in that sequence. Does that make sense? That was fun. Well, you know, that's fun. When you are learning spiritual pride versus ego pride, it helps you comfort your traumas. It helps you do this integration, and you don't have to go, oh my God, I can't have it, or the other shoe's going to drop. And when you see people that have these energy fields that haven't been resolved, the energy can influence you because you're still freshly transforming and integrating, and so it's going to be in your morphogenic field and in the vending machine, but you don't have to hit the button. But if you are hitting the button, they're saying, do you have to believe it? Because you don't have to. Okay, yes, got it. I'll do the whole shebang. Yes. Yeah, you can do that. You can do that. All right, so Miss Joy, you said anything to do with spirit? The body seems to really be interesting. Anything particular in the body you want me to look at? Because you may have to do a door jamb, but I feel like you're actually quite comfortable with what's happening with your body. I think you're coming to peace with something. A lot of people don't understand why you would want to take that route, but I do. I get it. So what is it that you would love for me to help you with? Because you have gone through so many different angles of looking and seeing and being. Even though I know you say you probably let spirit choose, I feel like you've come to the crossroads going, yeah, and that's where I keep hearing, yeah. Now I can follow that, or I can, who's coming back? You asking? Now, I can't see what he's doing. Sometimes he'll talk to the spirit guides, if it's spirits. And if he's doing that, then chances are somebody's here. I can tell you, Joy, somebody says it's not your time yet. There's something about not your time. I'm so much going on, and I know it's something that I need to address, but don't know what it is. Okay, thank you, Spirit. This is what we're going to do. Thank you, Spirit, to helping her see that her soul says, I know there's something I'm supposed to be working on. And they said, yes, once you start to really work on this will actually help your soul through the evolution of what it needs. But if there's something about the way your old self-soothing versus your new self-soothing. So as you learned, and when you were in tribal and other places and being here, it is taking that head full of and the heart full of and transforming it to go, oh, peace, okay? But they said there's a part of how the old part would be, you had to have nice cues to protect your ass, because they're showing me a very extreme hard life that you had, and that you had to be a strong boss. You're the boss of something? So you had to have that certain amount of... I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but anyway, I'm looking at how the ego had certain confidence, but as you spiritually been communicating with the other side, or you have been learning a new way that people actually live and it doesn't make your stomach sick, It's like there's a controversy or a conflict between these two halves of yourself. And the heart is saying that it is so used to being crushed, how am I supposed to trust? But you also had some heart that just opened up and goes, but do I have to be crushed? Do I actually have to see life as being crushing? You have such an amazing experience on both sides now, you're still in this controversy. Does any of that make sense so far? I feel like you want to really wake up and see a whole different point of view, but the ego saying, no, I've got to keep this badass shell. Because it's to do with the environment that you're living in and that you feel like you're kind of stuck and you can't go forward. Okay, so it's like you painted yourself in a corner. But what is it that Spirit wants you to really address to really help you into whatever it is that you can do? Is that, oh, okay, so when you were the badass, it had power. And then when you got older or you got sick or whatever it is, you lacked power. So there's like, I can't let anybody know I lack power. Now, you can be vulnerable to us and notice that you're not lacking power because you have the power of your spirit and your heart. I want to love, I want to be loved, but I don't know, all I know is violence. Okay, very good. So kind of like that last reading where you want to look at your trauma and go, I love you and we're going to do this. And yes, we're going to do this. And so then the trauma is like going, oh, okay, I'll let you be in charge. So when she puts those words, she's got these words, I said, what do you want her to focus on? Well, it's the heart. It's the heart because it says all I've ever known, love equals being crushed. Love equals meaning somebody's got to be an alpha badass. And then you get this love from people. But your ego says this is what it is. And your spirit part of you that has experienced love and joy and peace, a cup of peace was, no. We don't need to carry that heart crushed anymore. So in the end, it's like, I don't know how to be loved or be loved. And all I can tell you is that when you start to use those words and go backwards, and it's like, I don't know how to be crushed, or I don't know how to be confident, and I don't know because I'm going to get my heart crushed, but I don't know how to be because all I've ever known is that love equals that I have to crush or be crushed. It has to be messy love. But you've had an experience, again, from the other side that says, no, that's not true. They really want me to have you work with the heart, left wrist, first position deep. They want you to begin to do heart-brain coherence, heart math. You can look on YouTube of how to do this. You don't need the little machine. You can if you want. But if you can begin to, and I will explain it some detail for you, and that is you take your heart, place your hand over your heart, and the first thing is that even if you don't know anything else, the body starts to become aware of the fact there's a heart in hand on that heart position. So you're just going to learn to breathe in and out. And the key is now if you can take your awareness and just put your eyeballs in your heart, and you're like, oh, I can feel my hand. Now, if you can breathe into 5 and out to 5 rhythmically as much as you can, just 5. But consciously be in your heart. Imagine your heart is breathing. Your heart's pumping and breathing, but what it's doing is like I'm breathing in and I'm breathing out. I'm breathing in and I'm breathing out. This is your heart. Your heart. You're going to learn to be your heart. Okay? You're going to be heart. And as you learn to be your heart and you're breathing in and out, and you notice that you're over here going, oh no, he needs my attention. Just keep practicing every day. This is a lifestyle change that is a must. Once you've established that, you can eventually move on to what am I grateful for? Because all of a sudden it'll be where all of a sudden you see a butterfly go by and you're like, oh, okay. It will be a very particular feeling. And you're going to say, thank you, Spirit, for showing me what does gratitude feel like. And thank you for. And you're just going to go, I want you to begin to start seeing it with your heart. And then I want you to breathe that in and out of your heart. And stare at it. Right? Start a joy journal. His name's Joy. Start a joy journal. What made you giggle today? What made your heart go giggle? What did you appreciate today? What were you thankful for? What? And then you read that to yourself. as you are holding your heart and breathing and read your joy journal. You are worth the time and the effort. Habit helps. Not knowing why I began sitting with my hand in my heart. Yes, because intuitively we know. But if we can allow ourselves to even know deeper, you'll be able to change that heart into a rhythm of learning how to be happier and healthier, and it can support the body. Does that make sense? Happy, healing, joy. And I'll give you, like I said, L1D for when you do believe that your heart's crushed, and that's the only way you can see love, is that I believe I can't get love. I don't know how to love. That's all L1D. That's Charlie. Say hello, Charlie. Hello. Come on. You gonna say to talk to Mama? You gonna talk to Mama? Charlie. You talk to Mom? Did you eat all your goodies? You still got some stuff in there. Hey, I know what you would like. If you can say hello, well, he's not on command. He doesn't know how to do that yet. Hello, Charlie. Oh, his favorites. Oh, my TikTok just crashed. Oh my God. Okay. Hold on, I gotta get my TikTok back. It just crashed. It maybe gave me a puzzle piece and whatever. I'll get it back. Oh, good. Thank God you know about the other account. Thank goodness for that, eh? Ah. Oh, hello. Do you want this? Do you want this? Hello. Look at that. 222. Do you want this? It's almost cracking 100. It's getting up to 97. What's that? He also says that too. What's that? Can you say hello? Do you want it? Do you want it? Mom's gonna eat it. Normally he goes, ah. Thank you, Brendan. Yes, I totally make sense with that. Good. You can heal. Good. You're worth it, honey. The first thing ever to make sense farther than... Ah, gotcha. Oh, Charlie. Yum. Charlie, you want one? Get you a big one. Hello? Hello, Charlie. Hello, Cocky. Come on. You're going to make Mom stretch. Okay. He loves those things. Wow. I think my phone is overheating. That's why I can't. Yeah, it did. Okay. I can't go live on Dr. B. It is, my phone has overheated. Eventually I'll have to go to a secondhand store and Zoom. Yeah. You gonna let me back? Okay. Oh, well, there you are, and my comment shows up. Oh, look at that. It might close down again because it's overheating. Yeah, we need to manifest a new phone. Exactly, over here. But anyways, if you're over there, come to the other account, which is MWS Solutions, or go to YouTube, which is Medicine Woman Solutions, or go to Facebook to Medicine Woman Solutions. We're going to be bringing on our next guest. Oh, wait. Did I lose that one person? Sarah wanted a reading. Did I lose him? I might have. By accident. It overheated. There she is. Okay, so we're going to do Spirit's Choice or Spirit's Pick, whatever you want to do. Anyway, Spirit says it's going to pick. My way of saying, no. All right, Spirit. What do we got? So I'm looking at how relationships are. And there's a subtle energy of you're looking for advice. Or you're looking for, can I do it? Yes or no? And at the same time, you don't realize you were trained as a child to be helpless. So you always have to look at somebody to get a very particular answer. You had to suppress, to be a good girl, you had to suppress being independent. You had to suppress your believing in yourself. You had to suppress. Does that make sense, Sarah? Because what I'm getting at is this subtle energy now as an adult, as you're learning to be more you as an adult, people manipulate you. It does. I got people manipulate you and you don't realize it, but it is to keep you in check so you don't ever be bold. It is the thing that you learned as a kid. I got to shut this off. But now you're like, no, I'm ready to be more bold. I'm ready to be more. Now, if I ask Spirit, what should she do? It is to notice that the subtlety that people want you to live their way. Now, before I go any further, you're going to go left wrist, second position, soft, and hold that, L2, soft, S, and make that C, and they're going to end up doing this. But it is how others, you must live their way to have a life. To have any type of life, you have to live their way. It is such an old program that you don't know that it's messing you up, because the old program can only see people giving you, manipulating you, treating you a certain way. And that's where you're meant to wake up. You are meant to wake up. So that you don't have, look at me cleaning speak. So you don't have to be in that I have to do it their way in order for me to live. It's a very strong sense of words from your little. Does that make sense? And so like I said, left wrist, second position, soft. That'll make a big difference. But you got to sit with it. You got to sit to, no, 10, 15 minutes, but then you have to observe how it happens without getting mad. No. What can happen, let me tell you, Sarah, is when you start to realize the people you love are doing that. You're just like, I can't believe it. You'll go into disbelief. This is why I want you to, immediately once you start to do that, go back to L2S. But if you really dive into, I've seen it and I'm crushed and I can't believe it and I'm disbelief and I just, oh my God. Because what's happening is that you have to overcompensate, you have to go self-imposed limitation, you have to put all these restrictions on yourself. Is that you're going to do the disbelief, intentionally use that word with L2S. Worth it, go heal. All right, I'm going to go get, Miss Amy, because I think, did I do everybody on the list? Yeah, I don't think I missed anybody. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to go get Miss Ames. There she goes. Now what's funny is all of a sudden I have this ship, this alien ship energy, and I'm like sitting in, you know, like I was with Linda. And anyway, it is Amy's meant to expand who she is and start getting out of her she's got to, okay, yeah, she's supposed to develop more into her spiritual self. But let's see, we gotta get her in. Hi. Good, okay, I have Viam. How are you?
I am good. I feel like I passed a few tests over the weekend.
It was hellaciously you're still, from my understanding, you're still in that last day. So I'm glad you passed the test.
Yeah, I've been dodging and weaving and dodging, and I didn't run to the end of my timelines.
See, that's so super important. It really means that the lifestyle change is being more cemented. It is super important. Okay, so what we need to explain here is you want to, not that you have to change. And if you are just feeling you have to change for somebody else, or you have to change because you're not going to stick to it. It's a lifestyle change. It is a deep commitment that on some soul level that you're like, yeah, I don't like this life that I was having, and I'm going to now change this because I'm seeing improvements and I'm going to keep climbing out of this to create a whole new world. It is getting super hot. So, how can I help?
To the point where this afternoon when I went for a walk, I walked about 1.5 miles, and I was about probably 5 blocks from home, and that teacher that I had in high school.
Oh, not high school, no.
No, not
Barbie doll.
No, not Barbie doll teacher. The one that I told.
Yes. Gotcha. No, I know. Yep.
Okay. As I was walking, she and her husband were starting to take a walk, and she walked with me for like 1/2 mile, and we were talking about my weight loss, and I had the confidence to tell her, because she mentioned her one granddaughter who is as heavy as I was.
Oh, okay.
Way back when. And I had the confidence to say, I think it's insulin resistant, and I don't think she knows about it. And she's like, well, she's a nurse, so she should know about it. And I'm like,
not necessarily.
Not necessarily. And so that was the test that I passed today.
Oh,
having the confidence to tell someone who I saw as an authority figure.
So here's the other question. You felt comfortable enough, but did you ever forgive them for the way that they had their reaction to you? Were you able to talk to them in the past, or had you not spoke since then? Do you understand? Because there's a level of growth within that.
We've spoken, but not that in depth.
Okay, so did you ever feel that when you'd spoken before that the authority was there and you were cautious?
Yeah, I did. So
cautious.
there was something, it must have had something to do with the weekend and seeing and doing the things that I saw and did. I don't know, dig in.
No. Okay. Okay, so it has been a very crazy weekend. And, for one, it is like, you may not have noticed it because I think you more or less was, everybody has their different levels that they're going through. Okay, so you're going through what is lofty, what is superior, what is. Okay, so that's the part of the thing that's coming in. And then there is when you had lofty and superior, you used to run from. They were also the type that would tell you that you were stubborn.
Mm-hmm.
Okay,
yep.
What can you elaborate on that just a little bit? Because we have to crack open the egg.
It just certain things that she wouldn't actually say it, but she would insinuate. Well, where is it?
Again, we're not talking about somebody, we're having a connection to what is the representation, where are we following it. And that's super duper important when you can understand Gotcha. So the emotion, are you trying to say the word despised, the emotion?
Yes.
So I'm wondering if that is in the physical versus the mental and emotion.
See that last statement?
Right, I'm trying to understand. So you thought you were that?
No, that she was that. I saw her as that.
Oh, so there's jealousy.
Mm-hmm.
So any type of jealousy energy, you then would have to see other people would display what you couldn't see that you were doing. So have you bumped into anybody's jealousy? Do you understand? There's the knee-jerk reaction to despise. And how you despised was you had the feeling that I had to see them as that type of person, and that annoyed me. So that's how you defined it. But who are they really to you? And they said it is when you're about 1 year old. And I don't know which brother would have been that it represented.
The one that's alive, I think.
I do too, but needed you to see it. Now notice how they treated, let's say for lack of a better word, did you ever have a dog when you were growing up?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so a dog's easier than a cat. So when you look at a pet and how attention, a pet would get more attention than a child sometimes. They were easier because a pet could be more loyal and all of this. Did you see and equivalent that with one particular brother as a pet? And did you see the gifts and the royalties that he would get, and that's why you would have been jealous?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So you're going to have that same filter if you haven't experienced it. Warning is that you're going to see it. Darn mice. Yeah. Oh, you have to do details because the mice are around. Details. And I don't care how small of a detail, because it was a baby, that you need to pay attention to how it gets you. How your child self believed it 1,000%, and you would run with it.
Makes sense.
But the jealousy, now how am I gonna get this to make sense even further? Oh, there was a situation where you immediately were mad. This is about the competition energy that you have.
Okay, I think I know where you're at.
And so with this particular competition, you're going to have to see that filter with people. So when you had that other brother, did he ever feel any of that as well? Like it's competition in that house?
I honestly don't know.
Okay. So right now, all we care about is whether or not can you be influenced by other people's jealousy? Can you both feed off each other if both of you are jealous when there's nothing to be jealous about?
I'm hearing you.
Okay. This is where you also, oh God, my husband, he knows this phrase so much better than me. This is when, let's see if somebody can remember it. So you have to keep your enemies close and your...
You have to keep your enemies close and your friends even closer or something like that.
Or you keep your friends close but your enemies close or whatever. But it is, my friend is a friend. Oh, God, that phrase. I wish he was here and he could tell me. My friend is a friend, my enemy... No, that's not it. Is he paying attention? Is he what? He's probably gone. Or somebody can Google. But anyways, that phrase, we're going to have to find it. And the thing is that it's the old 3D competition energy field that I think that your parents displayed because Who was the one in the family that wanted the most attention from the kids? The praises, the I'm a good girl, I'm a good boy, mom. So she saw. So I feel, and she's here. It's like I was needy, and I needed you to make me feel better. Because when you give your dad, he didn't deserve it. He drank. So when you paid a compliment to them, keep your friends close and your enemies close, or the enemy is your friend. Okay, there's also another one. It's the phrase that has to do with my friend is the enemy. Okay. Oh, God, I wish he was listening. But there's a very particular phrase that I know it, but I can never remember it. So it's something I'll have to heal.
I'll have to ask you.
But again, you would feel the jealousy if you gave who attention.
I just heard anybody.
Correct. Because I was also going to say, if you went over to a friend's house and you come home and you go, oh, hey, Mom. My enemy's enemy is my friend. Yes, I think that's it, Jojo. Yes, I think that's it. Thank you, Jojo. So, and so then you come home, hey, such and such mom told me this. And remember we were talking and teaching in tribal about how I can tell you 1,000 times, but it takes only one moment from anybody, all of a sudden just click. Okay. Yep. There's something about that to what you meaning to look for. Oh, that pisses me right off. I taught you that. Did your mother ever say any of that?
Not those exact words, but yeah.
Joy Trace says, you're welcome. I just heard it today.
The neighbor that I played with her kids, she still looks behind me.
Okay.
And I would come home from there with the wisdom that my mom was trying to teach me, because it was a different tone or cadence or a twist in the words.
All right, but what would she do to you?
She acknowledged me. She didn't... There wasn't competition.
With your mom, there was no competition?
No.
I was going to say, wow, that's not what she's telling me.
From the neighbor.
Oh, okay.
But my mom would be jealous because I would come home with this, what I thought was this great piece of wisdom.
Which it was.
That my mom had been trying to pound into my brain for probably
You didn't
months.
give her credit.
And it was the neighbor across the alley that it finally clicked in.
Right. So again, you didn't give her credit.
Right.
And when a person don't get credit, they feel what?
Jealous, slighted, left out.
Right. And that world of misery, she's trained her brain and trained her nerves to always be in I have to see trauma all the time, or I have to see drama all the time. There's always a competition. There's always this. And that when somebody gets too close, if you watch any animal, you get too close to their food bowl, what will that dog do?
Right?
Exactly.
Growl.
Exactly. Okay. When we operate more from the ego and below the love status, we won't open that heart. Okay, so there was always this competition. So you're seeing a filter that you may not even seen before, but now you've got to understand it has to do with social intelligence, and it has to do with the sclera field. You think that you have to automatically knee-jerk, automatically respond like this because that's what it says. It's happening to me. It's happening to me. But is it really?
No.
No. But we will see it as truth, and we will take down and burn everybody up if we have to, because this does what to us? It hurts.
It hurts, yeah.
And we have to pitch a fit because we don't know how to self-regulate. Okay? What would you have seen with your family? See, this is where you're...
all kinds of trauma and drama because of my one brother being so sick all the time. And my other brother was a track star. And here's little old me sitting in the background going, what about me?
Right, because you weren't allowed.
Being jealous of my brother's attention that they both got from mom and dad that I didn't get.
You had a different set of rules. One, it's from that era that you're a girl. Two, you're fragile because they already lost a girl, so they're projecting onto you. Okay, like this new, not new, the rare blood type that's on this planet. Okay. They raised their kids because if they got cut or they got hurt and they lost their blood, there's no blood bank to help them repair. So their parents would always be living in this fear or instill in this fear that if they go out into the world, they could die. Oh, thank you. And is it really true that it needs to be? Now, I don't know how many more blood banks and things like this, if there's more on the planet that RH or something like that, whatever it's called. And, but it's the same energy field that it was carried with you, that if you go out, there's only one daughter and she could die. So she really needs to be on the best behavior. She really needs to not second guess me. But here was the problem. The moment you would get attention from your dad or your brothers, guess who was jealous of you?
Mom.
How do you know?
Because she would actually scold them.
How?
Because
keep going because I think you're getting it.
It was usually a look. I mean, like if looks could kill kind of look.
Okay, now as I'm looking at this, you would have thought that's how you're supposed to act as a female, that you're always supposed to be jealous. Now, when I look at this, your mom's telling me that it was so much ingrained in her nerves from her mom and dad to be jealous. Okay, this is what you're supposed to do, because some of the rules in their generation was so much hard. What just popped?
My grandma was jealous of her baby sister, who was 13 years younger.
Okay, there you go. Why? I mean, 13 years on. Why? Because it's a baby, right?
Because it was a baby.
Okay, so remember what I told you about 13 to 15? The junior high years, okay, middle school years. They're the most toughest thing that's going to happen because, one, your brainwaves now in beta, and you are more as the spiritual being online, and now you gotta, instead of just practice, you gotta start to grow as that spirit being with all of those apps and all of those experiences that you've had. Okay? But you also have to transform how you see time, how you see attention, how you're supposed to be. This is the toughest part for anybody, because it's like, well, why aren't you calling me? Why aren't you calling me? They don't understand the concept of time and connection. Or you're supposed to yearn and long and, whatever it is, it's all of this. I'm supposed to bring this up because somehow it's connected to you, but she's pulling it up. Okay. How do I, okay. This is also a mirror effect. How do I explain this? Okay, so let's say, here we go. Okay, so there's a young mother that's just worn out and stressed out, constantly got to take care of the kids, constantly do this and that. And then one of the kids says, I want to do modeling. And you're like, oh, please, no, I don't have time for this. I just don't have. So now they go and they take up modeling, and now you have to take them to every appointment, which is almost every day. And then you have after school activities, and then there's no life for this mother. They say they're living for the child, but yet at the same time, there is a types out there that going, oh my God, I don't have, my nerves can't handle it. I feel insane. So they will start discouraging you. Well, you don't really want that. Yes.
My mother, she was on buccal amounts of Ativan.
Okay, so she's going to discourage you with great love because she is not mentally, emotionally, physically able to support your endeavor. And it's not that she didn't love you, it's just, it'll feel like that. But they don't know how to talk except for discourage you because they're trying to figure out how not to go insane. And when you grow up with no one to support you for what you really wanted, then you can feel like you're holding yourself back. It will be this energy field. And of course, a whole host of other energies of, okay, I'm not good enough. I don't, no one will be there to support me, or all of these other goodies that's going to come your way. But what Spirit wants you to understand is that you have to get out of the pain child. Despair. We talked about how you felt like despair. And nothing good comes when you have to be the spare child. Just ask Prince Harry. Ask anybody that was born to be the body parts of another. And it's like there is no voice. There is nothing like this. So you can't help but to be jealous. But then when they're instilling in you that to keep you down or keep you this because they can't handle it, all of these things. You said that you didn't know whether you were, I don't understand my worth. What was your question? You wrote it down. Go look.
Oh, when I texted you this morning?
Yeah.
Ah.
Huh. What's that, Charlie? Hello? Hello, Charlie. Hello, Charlie.
Seeing my own self-worth.
Okay, so notice that the term is I can't see my own self-worth. How could you? If nobody else seemed to see your worth, you didn't know how to. So do you see? Goodness gracious, do you see my worth? Do you see your Cornell's worth? Do you see your other brother's worth?
Yeah.
Do you see like your dad's worth? Because see, the way your mother treated everybody was a certain hierarchy of certain ways. Okay? All right. If let's just, for the sake of dragging in, how do you see my worth? How do you know I have worth? Let's find some words.
The way that you help people, the way that...
Hold on. Do you help people?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. Give me another one.
The way that you hold space for people.
Hold on. Do you hold space for people?
Yes.
Okay, keep going. Keep going.
The way that you show love for people.
Okay, hold on. Do you show love? Okay.
Yes.
That was quicker. Okay. So what? I don't understand. I don't understand the question. You clearly see your worth. Okay, keep going. What worth are you looking for that you think you don't have?
It's seeing it in myself. It's like I can see it from someone else's perspective, but I can't see it this way.
Okay, Sarah said something really good. She says, my parents would never attend my sporting events, but always went to my older brothers. Now, could you ever feel that you compared and noticed, like, why is it they had energy for them but not for me?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so what was their worth? Why did Mom do it? What was the worth? What did they have that you didn't?
They were male.
Okay. Now notice this belief system does not have to be yours.
Mhm.
It's a period of time and space, and that, oh, this is just the phase she's going through. It's not going to happen. Or, if that's really how she did it, she could also have been burnt out as hell because it came to you as the last child. I mean, shit, she had her first one in 19 what?
Paula was born in 55.
And then you come along in what year?
71.
And do you think he's a little bit burnt out?
Probably.
Yeah, and by that time the newness, but you were new, but oh my God, she forgot how much it was to have a baby,
Mhm.
and especially a girl. Okay,
Mhm.
so she would have grown up with all this jealousy and everything else. To see your worth, you said that I have to have a penis in order for me to have worth. But if I said, is that true? The part of you that says yes, and I'll say that's not true. You know this logically, but physically it is in your stomach, and that's why you eat. That's why you ate so much. That's why you used, because the hysterical stressed energy, if that's what I felt yesterday, is that you are going to be so stressed, and the only way to calm or feed all of that extra calories you need was to put stuff in your mouth.
Mhm.
It is also a hand and mouth thing, so it's an addiction of calming. But the energy was there, and you couldn't help that you had to be around all of these penises from dad to brothers,
Mhm.
and it is stressful. So if somebody was always screaming and yelling, it's going to get on your nerves. And
Mhm.
you can't compete with that. You can't do this. This is why a part of you is like going, she was already demonstrating that. Yes.
Mhm.
So, is it true that you have to be jealous of all that? That you have
No.
no worth because you don't have that?
No.
Okay, so that means it is in the gallbladder, which do you have one?
No.
Oh, no. So that means that you're going to need to bounce off the door, the corner of a door, and you're going to need to basically T4, so anywhere for the upper back, and the T4, which is right up in here. But what I like to just say is it's both sides, because it isn't more on on the other side or the other. Go find a door nut jam and just intellectualize what that statement is. There is emotions, but the intellectualizing.
Okay.
Breathe in and up and down. You've heard me say it several times throughout the show. I want you to do that, because if you can test and muscle test, and you tested the gallbladder point on that topic, you probably will lose power. And if you lose power and you bounce off the walls and you hold that point and all of that, and you come back to test it, you're disrupting the strategy and pattern of how you're supposed to be. Now, to actually look at that belief system, not just on the physical, but you're told that you're a girl, you're supposed to be petrified to go out there. And so it's a lot of manipulation, a lot of control that doesn't allow you to have a dream, because mom has nothing in the tank. Oh, I don't want you to do that. Hey, that's not a good idea. So there's a lot of talking down, discouraging, and all of this. So when you get to the point when you're ready to do this, start doing R3S, because it's like your body is addicted to thinking that is real. She's gone. You don't have to keep repeating it.
No, I don't.
As she says, for God's sakes, get over it.
I
Okay.
can hear her saying that.
Yep, she put baby in the corner and she said, where'd my little girl go? I stuck her there. Time to get her out of the corner.
Mhm.
Okay, it's a pleasure communicating with you. And thank you for all that you do. But
Thank
yes, your mother is like, oh, thank God she's getting it. So she said that your brain went, that's good.
It is good.
Not
It
that
is
she
good.
has to be that close to you to get it, but it's like, oh. That's funny.
Hi, Charlie.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie.
Well, he is. He's just,
Hi, Bubby.
who's talking? Anyways, he was doing that. I'm like, oh. So I think he has some permanency on the show now until he doesn't want to do it anymore. Okay.
That's cool. That's cool.
All right. We'll talk to you later, honey. I love you. All right. Bye.
I love you too. Thank you.
Yep. Oh, you have some encouragement, Amy, from Robin. She says you got this. And if we look, it's a hot day. And I am sweating up a storm. And Charlie, you say, oh, you're a little warm. Do you want Mama to get you into a shower? I'll just probably put him in the cage with all the rest of the birds and spray him down with a hose. And he'll go out, put his wings like this and, yep, make him flap too. And he will just get all nice and wet. And we're going to give them a little summer pool. Spray them down. And all the other birdies are going to jump in the little pool we have. And they bathe for a good 20 minutes and make sure they all stay hydrated. That's what I'm going to go do. And I'm looking, before I go, if there's anybody new that has not had the reading before, I can give you one. And if not, we can move on from there. So from YouTube land, understand, anybody that has a reading, you can always watch it. They get your timestamp from Facebooks and the videos. Go to Woman Solutions, SOULTION. Look under videos, and then you'll see the video, and just memorize I'm wearing green, and you will get it. So we have two people that are new, Monte Cristo and Elizabeth. So this is Spirit, reads the energy field about things that may have made you feel stuck and can't move forward. And Monte Cristo, Spirit wants to address something. And I'm looking at how there is something to do with money. Okay. And there's the money. Ooh, where are we going? There's a lot of action to the way that you think about money. I don't know exactly what that is. I'm not getting a clear picture. But I'm getting that there's a lot of intolerance. I don't have enough of it. Can be very much a blueprint of negative thinking about money, and how you can't stop thinking about it. Look again, as they're petrified to have money, because did you see people use other people because they've had money, or have you had this done yourself? Do you understand what I'm saying, Monte Cristo? Okay. You're okay with money, but there's a program that's running in the background that's causing you to limit yourself. And if you look through your face right now, you're going to say there's no issues. But have you ever had any issues in the past? But I'm looking at a cap, a restriction, that says I could have more money in my space, but I don't. And it's because, from what I can see, is that you can't tolerate the way how some people act with money. And you can't stop. There's a part of you it's old from what I can see. I can see how at 9 years old you're like, oh, you saw somebody with money issues, or you saw this habit that people just get like they're invading the space. But you know exactly what I'm talking about. Good. Well, here's the thing. You don't really want to be vulnerable around these people. You shouldn't have to be. You should be able to. My spouse, okay. You want to be just you, and you want to just have this, but there's this other thing that comes into play, and you're like, why? If you can measure that vulnerability, if you can measure any of that, that's telling you that you had an experience that still needs your life force to keep alive, so you can keep playing this story out again and again and again. And I'm saying, if you can use your physical body, you can use your innate wisdom, and you grab your left wrist, okay? And that means you can use your own body to help you get through how you know this. Now, if you measure and go, yeah, it's a 10. Just had a fresh experience. No, I want you to heal this first. Because if you don't heal it, then if you did leave him, you're going to get worse than first. The issue is just going to constantly be in your space. You need to grow within that space and get your power back, resolve certain things so that you can make a better choice. Okay, so left wrist, first position, nice and deep, because your heart is saying, I love this man, but now these issues are just freaking stopping me to having a heart that can love because of this that's there. So how you know it gets in the way. Left wrist, first position, under the thumb. I'm only using one finger because there's three measurements, but this is where you place your thumb. Thumb under the thumb. Then you put your palm, your finger in your palm, so you got a letter C. Your thumb is going to push in deep. You're not going to hold it soft. You're going to push in deep. Now the heel of the palm and the forehead, and let your fingers drop to touch the top of your head. Now you're going to sit in how you know it on a scale from 0 to 10. 10 going, oh, 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 oh. You're going to do that, and then you're going to stay there. You don't have to make noises. That's just exaggeration, but feel it. And then all of a sudden let the body do all the work, and the number will start coming down. So after 15 minutes, you measure it, and you go, oh, it's a 7. Oh, that's okay. No, heal it to 0. Don't let that grow. Because you still know it. Change the way you know it. Change the emotional chemical peptide of the way you know it, and change it. Okay? Go heal. You are worth it. You will be surprised that you can do this. You can heal. I'm not doing anything. I just gave you a point. You're doing the work. Now, is that other person still here? Ah, great show. Thank you. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed it. I couldn't understand what I was supposed to talk about this morning, but I think I did a good job. Oh, Elizabeth is here. Okay. So for Elizabeth, again, if you really want to watch all this again, you just go over to YouTube. That's Woman Soultion. That's Soultion. Find your own timestamp, or go over to Facebook and get the timestamp where it says Elizabeth, and we got TikTok probably, and then you can yours at the end of the show. What I'm looking at is there's a certain amount of behaviors. I said yours. They go, well, the behaviors is that I'm incompatible with certain people, but they're still in my space because they're blood, they're family, they're this, they're that. So your body's saying it's really not sure if it wants to stay aligned with these different types of behaviors. And a lot of time your heart gets crushed. So do you feel crushed when you're around your family? I'm just curious. They say blood is thicker than water, but that's not the actual phrase, if I can remember how it goes. Blood is thicker on the battlefield than it is the water of the womb. Okay, so look back into what you saw in the past. Has it ever been there? And because time goes forward, you may not notice it because you've grown. You live with them currently. Oh, okay. Well, what I'm getting from that energy field is there are a lot of times you feel empty when you're with them. Do you have beliefs and things that you like to do that you don't really feel that you can share or they would like? The reason that comes up is because your body is saying that I also have this fear of actually really being open and true and honest. Do they ridicule? What do? Do they say they support you in promises and then they don't keep them? There's something there that's off. So, because I feel the reserve of going, okay, I got to hold back because I don't like the outcome. There's a lot. Okay, well, begin to heal yourself, because what it is that your body is saying, I don't like being vulnerable. I don't like to be the butt of the joke. I don't like this. I don't like that. I don't even like the fact they trap me in time. And a lot of them see you as 8 years old, or some of them see you as a teenager. And you're like, for God's sakes, look how old I am. You are going to start healing yourself. And that is, I need to heal how I feel vulnerable, that I can't be me or talk or do things because there are all these different personalities. Left wrist, first position, nice and deep. And as you push your thumb in deep and you're doing this part, I want you to recognize any energy loss or conflicts or confusion that you have with your family. If you can relate to anything I said, you're going to land on a memory and you're just going to sit there. Okay? And then it can disappear. Okay? All right. Know that you're worth it. Get that brain balance. Get that heart balance. Get into that space. I was raised in 2 different homes with tons of different people. Ooh, so yeah. Yeah, so you're beginning to, from what I can feel, is that you're kind of wanting to know your purpose, and you kind of want to know who you really are, minus everybody's opinion. And you can do it. I did it. And I love myself even more for it. Definitely going to give some hugs and some peace. Okay. Okay, what is this? I agree. Hugs, peace, and love. Very confusing, unstable upbringing. Well, that alone, the unstable, confusing, with those words, you can use at left wrist, first position deep, and measure that and go, oh yeah, that's a 10. Change the way your body and your brain sees it. Again, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes. A lot of agree, love, hugs, and peace. Okay, guys. I'm thankful for every time you come here and you work with me. I just want to make sure something tells me I need to double check. Where's my mail? That's not my mail. Oh, here it is. Double check. Yep, I'm good. I didn't miss anybody. We're all good. We're all good. Yeah, and there's even 1433. I love you also. Or 2. T-O. Hashtag thank you, spirits. Can you show me the hand thing again? Oh, yeah. Left wrist. See your thumb? Come down just below the crick. First position. Push in deep. Finger in the palm. Create the letter C. Safety, security, stability on the backside. As you're doing this, then you go like that. Heel to forehead. Drop the fingers. Now, you may want to support your arms, because sometimes your arms get tired. You can lay in bed, you can lay on your side. But just allow yourself to know how you know it. Get into that. Because you want to pull it out of your heart. You want to pull it out of the chemical peptides need to calm down. You guys got this. Hashtag resolve to abolish. Hashtag heal instead of deal. And you have a beautiful day too. Or a beautiful night, because you guys are going to bed, I think. Now, I'm going to hang up on this one, and I'm going to say thank you, Spirit. And Charlie says bye. Bye. Is that what you say? Yes, he says bye. Okay.